Right. So that's now at 37. Thank you very much.
No problem.
I'm just my spell DC now. I need to change it, isn't it? So I just add another 16 to my spell save.
If you're an intelligence-based spellcaster, yes.
There he is.
I'm not sure if I am. I don't think I am.
Sorry. It's okay.
Man,
Now that I'm looking at it, I think that's a little too much fire on the swords.
It's a perfect amount of fire. I agree, too much fire. No, it's a perfect amount.
Too
of
much fire.
Oh, God, it's the perfect amount.
Too much.
It just needs some electricity arcing through it, and then it would be freaking perfect. Can I mix
4 against 1.
my dynamic power lightning and my dynamic power together and roll 11d6?
As long as it sounds cool. Just describe it so it makes sense.
All right.
And that's a very liberal term considering it's magic in nature. You don't have to follow very many rules.
I guess lightning technically kind of is fire, but not really.
Not really.
here. I know something I can do quick. It won't take too much math. I add 2 more ranks to my massive damage.
It's only 5 points of rank if you're doing massive damage everything.
Huh?
It only costs 5 points of rank to enhance massive damage that applies to everything.
Why do I have 2 per rank next to my
Then,
massive damage psychic? Is 2.
then it's only 2 points per rank, and you can get several ranks of that probably.
Oh, I was already at 14 level. So I was gonna just put 2 more ranks in, put me to 16. And that adds 2 more hit die. Right?
And 2 more damage dice to all your psionic abilities.
Yeah.
Powers.
So that's an easy one to do. Plus, I really like that.
Attributes and powers are different, right? Or are they the same?
It's tomato. There's a lot of different terms for them.
On your character sheet, it will say attributes, but we'll say powers. Because we also call for will saves and
Yeah.
They're still stuck in 3rd edition sometimes.
Yeah.
So
If I have
whenever you guys are ready, we can start.
I'm ready as we'll ever be.
I'm not ready.
Well, are you ever gonna be ready?
You guys let me know.
Is there
I'm not ready.
I'm not ready. I need a suit rack. Leave me alone.
like this stuff, or-
It tells you what you can do with it.
All
Yeah,
right,
give me like 5
that's
minutes.
good. This should be the last time I gotta hit the restroom with 3 cups of coffee.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, since there's a little bit of prep, say 8 more minutes till 9. Start then. At 9 o'clock.
okay.
The best thing to do is to look through spell descriptions up to level 5.
Okay.
And look through all the spells.
I don't-
I am not listening.
Pages.
Anything level 5.
Oh,
Well, my dynamic power earth is running 6.
Okay, so then anything rank 6 and under. For my level. We got it. all the spells for any class up to level 6. Just read the description. The only thing you need to look at is whether or not you can justify doing that with whatever your dynamic power is, like Earth. You could theoretically take a bunch of clay and turn it into a hero suit. I don't know if people would want to eat it if they knew it was dirt to start.
All right, so I'm gonna start the stream with the starting screen. It's usually off for a couple minutes. So I'm gonna mute you guys, and then when I see everyone in Discord has typed in that you guys are ready, I'll unmute you guys, and then we'll actually start the stream.
All right, that sounds awesome.
One
It'll
thing-
be 6 minutes.
the thing I
Yeah, just make sure all of you guys put like just type ready in the Discord,
All
and
right.
then I'll know.
All right.
what I meant was I wanted to like have, there's like a sheet where how much can I, not like what spells can I
Oh, how big of an area you can do?
do?
That would be as per the spell effect you were trying to mimic, or you could use the basis for like PMVs and Silvery Sentinel's book.
Sorry.
No.
He's not gonna kill us on our first live stream.
I don't believe you.
I don't believe us either.
You better not.
You might not have to if Ray gets called. That'd be 2 of us gone.
No,
Running.
no one's getting executed. If we die, it's combat.
Combat with the guards.
We can find our way out of that. We're not gonna
I can't. I have to honor my word. So while you're fighting your way out and running for your life, I gotta be honorable and get beheaded or hung or whatever they do to traitors in their city.
Well, that sounds like a you problem.
Don't
Or I have to.
you know?
I have to work off my debt
I know.
in the brothel.
You'd fare a hefty price, mate.
As soon as they hear Dion Greystone is working in the brothel, they'll all flood in.
Yeah, as soon as the great paladin is open for business.
You have access to Discord on his own.
I don't know. But I haven't pulled up. Where he needs it. What's he need for?
The PMV chart. Tony, you can use that as a guideline for how big of an effect he can generate with his dynamic power.
Where's it at?
Oh, right there. I see it. So if you need to look at it, just let me know.
All right, top off this coffee and grab my lunch.
Do you want to say hi? No.
No, that's fine.
You won't need it right away. So. Dynamic power cost energy points.
I got a blur background, so nobody
Okay,
will be able to see me unless you come over here.
You won't be able to do anything tonight until you sleep.
See my hand?
Outside of tantrums, like wild chicks.
So now's your chance.
I turned it down a little bit. No, it's Zoom. You can't do push to talk on Zoom.
Say hello.
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 Hi.
You being a good girl?
Yes.
Those eyes. They say otherwise. Those eyes looking at you like, have I been good?
Did I do a good job?
All right, but you know the same rules apply. If tomorrow we can't figure something out for you to eat, that'll be limited. So just get ready.
Ready.
All right.
Everyone here?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, she was over there kind of standing in the background.
Everybody type in Discord ready.
Yeah.
And are we ready? You ready?
That's, you can't even follow instructions.
Ready,
He must
that's
not be ready.
This is gonna go great, guys.
I think you actually have to put ready.
Oh, okay.
He's like, oh, okay.
All right. Just guessing everyone's ready.
Yes, yes.
Indeed.
All right.
Maybe.
Breaking the rules and not listening to instructions.
Very good at that.
I'm ready.
They're like 1 second after being told.
Okay, no introductions are necessary immediately. As we left off, we were right in the middle of a bit of a scuffle.
Uh-huh.
So, you are on your back
Yep.
in the sledge in the middle of an alley
Mm-hmm.
with recently discovered Makiko standing over top of you. She does have a kunai knife poised, ready to strike, but doesn't seem to be bearing forward with it. She's paused for a moment in shock.
And said my name, correct?
Yes.
The first thing I'm doing, I don't care what she's doing, is Rasana breathing.
You're not close enough to be able to tell very well considering your current position, but you can roll a medicine check. Best guesstimate.
That's gonna be a 61.
Hey, faint, but yes, she is breathing.
Okay.
You can see quite a few wounds, mostly scrapes, and looks like some sort of concussive wound on her forehead.
Okay.
Not very many sharp cuts from where you can see.
Look at Makiko. What are you doing here?
I was gonna ask you the same thing. As she says that, Elvin Shelley starts to stir.
Eventually.
No, sorry, Brasana starts to stir. We're talking about her earlier, more wires got crossed.
One foot at a time.
You're okay, I promise. Well, ish. Makiko looks up her way and spins her fingers in the air, and when she does so, you see a very, very thin thread catch the light, almost like a spider's web. As it draws tight, there's a small pulse of blue light that goes through it, and when it continues towards Persona, when Nexa makes contact with her, she flares, and just a little pulse of blue and white light, and is gone. And then
Do I know what she just cast?
you didn't see any casting. She puts a finger up over the front of her mask and says, "Shh." Now roll a perception check.
142.
Okay. You had already heard, but now you know that she also hears the sound of a patrol of local guardsmen that heard probably you smacking your back in the mud
Yeah.
and are heading that way. They're not running, they're being cautious at the moment, but they are heading in this general direction. You get sent the message to Chico and who else?
Talia.
And Talia. Talia, were you comfy cozy on your ship?
We were. Sorry, we were.
You and Chico both, right?
We were eating.
You look up from the middle of a meal and just by the look in Talia's face, you both realize you heard the same thing.
All right. You want me to carry you?
I just nod my head.
Like a baby. Scoop her up.
Okay. athletics or acrobatics for you. Athletics for you, Talia, to hang on. For those of us that don't know, she's capable of running in speeds in excess of 100 miles an hour.
Or if she really wants to, 1,000,000 miles.
No, it's 1,000. Oh, I just messed up the camera.
Whoops.
There we go.
Was that an athletics?
Yes,
140.
shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I gotta pick a D20. I picked all my other dice, but I didn't pick a D20 out for tonight. No,
Aurora, you also hear a very distinctive whistling or howling sound getting closer really fast.
Okay. My only concern, I send a message to Makiko just right here, so I don't say anything out loud. Where did you send her?
Furrows her brow. To a holding cell, George.
Where?
We'll discuss it later. They're coming. She jumps up, dips over to the wall, puts her back, starts looking around the corner.
Cool. I'm just gonna do what I was gonna do. I'm gonna use my bonus action and I'm gonna cast Firebolt on myself. And hurt myself very badly.
Okay, I understand the method to that madness.
Yeah, I hit myself. And I take a lot of damage because of it.
102 athletics.
Okay, not a problem. The weight is awkward as it always is when you're carrying others and you're not used to running anymore. You've been surfing more than anything until
Yeah.
recently.
Yeah.
But no issues. Once you get the balance back, it's fine.
Okay.
So I take 169 damage, but I absorb it all as energy points.
Do you absorb 100% of it or a portion of it?
I think it's 50% of it, I believe. So absorb 50% of it as energy points.
Okay. You will know the hard way that you do take some of that damage.
Oh yeah, well, I planned on it.
Okay.
It's
It's first time it's happened though.
yes. Yeah, I can absorb up to half damage for energy. And I will immediately then use my action to teleport both me and Makiko to Greystone Manor.
Okay.
If she's unwilling, she has to make a save. If she's willing, then she just comes with me.
What is the difficulty for this save?
It's gonna be a 94.
Not with that roll.
Cool. She's coming with me at Greystone Manor.
She is halfway through hopping through the air, doing a bit of a tumble to appear facing the opposite direction behind you, and doesn't even take 2 steps before she realizes she's somewhere else. Looks around, relaxes a little bit. Okay, now where did you take us?
Somewhere safe. Now let's talk. Where did you send my girlfriend?
That's your girlfriend.
Yeah. I don't find it funny.
She tries to compose herself for a second. Don't really. You wouldn't happen to know Jack, would you?
Unfortunately, she did.
Assume your girlfriend here knows Jack as well.
Yeah, just a little bit.
Okay. So in towns like this, and dignitaries like me, and she leans forward and gives you an exaggerated wink. We don't always have a lot to do.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of it bounty for extra gold, and it's come to light that some people might use our services for vendettas, considering they're required to provide evidence that can be forged quite easily.
While she's talking, I'm going to send a quick message to Chico saying that we're back at Greystone Manor.
I will.
You come to a stop right at the end of an alley. You just saw a flash of fire and heard Aurora scream. You know it's the right place. You see the smoke in the alleyway, but as you get there, you look, and at the other end of the alley is a small group of about 8 guardsmen
Oh,
looking straight back at you. And they,
I'm standing there holding Talia.
with just a nub.
Oh, it is just enough.
I will pretend to look drunk and just be like, take me home.
And then I will speed back out of the alleyway and back towards the manor.
You hear one of the guards make an attempt at diplomacy. Excuse me, miss. And then laughter from the group behind him. And you just disappear as abruptly as you appeared in the first place. That brings us back to Greystone Manor. You never left, right, Dion? You're still there?
You know, he's there somewhere.
You went to bed.
Yeah, I'm there.
I'm at the Temple of All.
Yes.
Yeah, we haven't informed you of anything. You're fine there.
Currently, you are surrounded by friends and family, and actually risen. There's several nicknames flying around. Nothing in particular has stuck, but all just talking about how the miracle's been performed, and they've all had a second chance to come back. So there's a very positive energy going through the room. Unfortunately, unless you want to be really rude and disappear or muscle your way out, you're going to be stuck here for a while. The focus of attention is on you. As far as anyone here is concerned, you channeled the power of Om directly, and the rumors of him being your father and you being a demigod and you being here to save them, lots of other things are going through the crowds as well. But you're surrounded by 150 to 200 plus many people that can fit in this bottom floor of the Temple of Om as possible.
I'm gonna say my biggest goal is to defeat Montag and get rid of all of this corruption on this world.
When you say the name Montag, several people in the crowd visibly flinch back and they calm down and become much more hushed than they have been since you performed the actual miracle. It's been very intent on listening to whether or not you have more to say. Do you leave it at that? Sorry, I'm talking normally.
I know, you kind of,
My throat's not on my side right now.
I
I
understand.
do apologize. The mic is turned all the way up. I could probably scoot over and spoon with the camera. That might help a little bit.
You and your spooning.
Swoon the camera. Make it comfortable.
Now look at me though.
People.
I think you need to get rid of the floor.
Yeah. I don't think that's really doing anyone favors either. No, don't stare at me. I'm boring.
I didn't see these.
Yeah, we're good. That should work a little better.
Just do that.
Yeah, it sounds good.
All right, you can hear my mumbles as now.
Yeah, you sound good now.
Where were we? Gildred at the temple. You said that your main concern was defeating Marthak and getting rid of his corruption. Were you going to follow up on that, or is that what you can say? And noticing that you seem to be a little overtaken by the moment and all the attention. Excuse me, one of the other priests that was here, he has not had the opportunity to introduce himself to you. You know that he is a resident here. You get that impression from how he directs the others around. He says, you seem that the effort of your miracle is taking its toll. I can make arrangements for you to have, a hot meal and a break from the people for a while if you need to regain strength.
Yes, that will do. I need a little rest.
He turns and whispers at first for people to calm down. They were still relatively quiet. I was shocked by you actually saying Monefac's name out loud. It's not forbidden strictly, but it's usually only used in a cursing sense. It's always really harsh. Like the worst of the bad guys, so to speak.
I'm sorry.
No, it wasn't taken that way, but it's still shocking because it's not used a lot because of who it represents. However, he apologizes and then informs them that Ohm's son needs some time to recuperate and rest, and takes you upstairs. Very simple room. They obviously are not a materialistic order. Excuse me. Stone cot, like more of a raised dais with a bunch of straw on it. The blankets seem to be clean and not very finely made, but should be able to get pretty comfortable. He informs you that there will be food brought up within the hour, and lay your head down and gesture toward them by the window. There's a pitcher with 2 clean cups. Seem to have water in it. Okay, back at Greystone Manor, what were you doing while they were up to no good?
I was resting, I believe. I went back to rest. So, depending on how long it's been, I've probably woken up, maybe gotten some. Well, what time of the day is it? Some lunch, dinner.
Oh no, this is wee hours of the night.
Yeah, you probably heard Aurora yelling downstairs though.
Yes.
That would.
But you felt a discharge of magical energy that roused you from your sleep. And as you're coming to realizing where you are, you hear Aurora's voice from downstairs,
All right.
yelling quite loudly, "Where did you put my girlfriend?"
Of course, I'll arm myself and make haste to their location.
Okay. Before you can get an answer to this, you both hear the clattering of metal, and then Dion comes flying down the steps.
I'm ready to like step in front of him. Just wait 1 second. I need to know where she sent her.
Where she sent who?
Rasana, look. Okay, you had a bounty on her. What do I need to do to get the bounty flipped and get her back?
She doesn't seem to be paying much attention to you. Again, it's hard to read. Ninja, full on mask. You see a slate gray ninja in the middle of the living room, so to speak.
Is she looking at him?
Yes, it's turning to face you. The eyes look vaguely familiar, but with the way the outfit is worn, it's fairly androgynous and difficult to discern any individual traits. But the voice triggers the memory almost immediately. And you hear, a very smooth elven voice saying, "Deontrix?"
Yeah, great. Friendship reunions. Can we get back to the main problem here?
Do I?
In a moment. Is everyone here?
Yes, we're all here. Where did you send her?
She turns its head to look at you. Is you too? Yeah, I guess I kind of see it.
Am I there yet? Back with Talia and enough?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to ask her. Make her answer my questions.
Just as you fling the door open and dash in, you guess you got here maybe 5 seconds after Dion made it down the steps. He's still got his sword half raised, and there's a lot of confusion on everyone's faces. And there's a wearing
I
a
put you
gray.
down.
Yeah, I was going to say just before entering
by
the
the
room,
way,
jump out of her arms and hide.
Makiko! Makiko!
No, we're not hugging her. We're angry with her.
They're hugging.
We're hugging. I haven't seen you since what, 70 years ago?
Has it been that long, really?
Oh,
Guys!
75, maybe.
Why aren't you aging well?
Well, thank you. And then I'll spin her around.
She spins with you, very graceful.
And then I'll put her down and so what happened now?
She stole my girlfriend.
Oh, okay, let's go get her back.
We'll see about that. I can't get her back.
Where is she?
I told you in holding.
A holding cell
cell.
where?
It was. I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
It means I don't know. I'm given a gem that is keyed to a location, and when I collect the bounty, I send it there, and then my payment is delivered to me shortly thereafter.
I look over to Talia. Jack has.
Well, I had already gone into hiding.
Okay, wherever you are. Jack has her. Where would Jack be hiding?
While this reunion is great and all, what's the reason for sending Prasanna to this holding?
Because Jack hates us? And
Because
she knew it would hurt us?
Mikiko says it was just money for me. Thought it was going to be a simple snatch and grab. It turns out the prissy elven seductress turned out to be a dark elf, and it's a little harder to grab than I thought.
Mhm.
And for what it's worth, she did most of that to herself.
Yeah, yeah. Look, so this is already a problem. I'm hoping you're not gonna, run back and tell anyone when she found out tonight.
Oh, you mean about you being a fugitive and everybody looking for you?
Yeah, that and the dark elf thing.
See, I would consider that, but there's still things I don't know. Like, aren't you supposed to be in a cell like
I
right
am in
now?
cell. Hmm.
I'll pop out of hiding.
Mikiko, I would appreciate you.
Hold that thought. What's your armor class, Talia?
Oh, shit.
You just scared the assassin. Good job.
Yeah. Well, if Chico doesn't scare people, I am. 112.
Okay. A kunai knife, very small, even for what they are. Not clearly made for a very small hand, because Mikiko is a tiny person. It flies over your shoulder, barely noticeable thin thread trailing it, sticks into the wall, and then the thread seems to just drift and fall over top of you.
I pull my gun out and say, if I wanted to attack you, I would have done so already. You know this.
She immediately transitions from a very stiff pose, she just threw a dagger over her shoulder, to just kind of rolling into a sitting position up against some cushions on the couch.
Friends. We are friends here.
Are we?
We are. She didn't know that you and Prasanna was a thing. We're gonna get her back as soon as we figure out where that is.
Mikiko, I would appreciate a little discretion in this matter. In other words, you never seen Aurora.
You can keep a secret, right?
Unless it directly violates orders, yeah.
So you can't, basically, is what you're saying.
I'm saying as long as someone doesn't ask me to specifically rat the two of you out, I'm not obligated to report it.
What if you had a contract that you got paid for?
Let me make this clear.
Specifically designed to not rat anyone out.
Whatever you are offered, I can pay more
Sure about
for
that?
your discretion. I think so.
But we also need you to hang out for a little while. Can you hang out? You said you got free time, right?
I'm sure, I don't see why not.
I have to go find Jack before she does God knows what with my girlfriend.
You're not allowed to go anywhere.
You
You have to see.
No,
You have to sleep.
No,
You have to sleep.
no,
You do.
you can't make me, and you probably could make me. Don't make me.
Definitely make you.
No, actually, you can't.
You need to sleep though.
I have enough.
A long rest,
I have enough.
but we'll find Jack. Jack's not going anywhere. 'cause
But
the boat's
I
not
want to
going
find
anywhere.
Jack.
All right, let's go sleep on the boat.
And for the 8 hours we're sleeping,
I'm not sleeping.
okay? And what's if something happens to Rasana in those 8 hours?
As much as it pains me, I have to agree with Chico. You should get some rest.
I'm in agreement.
You two agreeing is not okay.
It's like
I'm in agreement with the paladin.
You're not thinking clearly. You'll make a rash decision,
You already are making rash
and it won't
decisions.
just be you that pays for that rash
I
decision.
will go with you as soon as you wake up. I will go with you, and you will go get Prasanna.
And I will do what I can to locate Prasanna.
Where are they gonna go?
If she knows she's a dark elf, she could take her to the capital and I can never see her again.
Question, Makiko.
Hmm?
Are you allowed to talk about how you met Jack or where you met her?
Do you have any confidentiality situations?
No, it's just a basic bounty.
Does Jack know she's a dark elf?
Mm-mm. Basic
I'm
basic.
assuming no, considering the rate.
Okay, so maybe we have a little bit of time. All right.
Okay, so
Jack B.
where did you last see Jack?
I didn't.
How'd she get in contact with you?
How much would it cost for you to find Jack?
I'm just assuming it was Jack because stories and things. But I didn't communicate with Jack at all. I went through the bounty guild.
So we don't
Should
even
be
have
contract.
confirmation that it was Jack.
Yeah.
Just assumptions.
I do have confirmation that Jack doesn't have your girlfriend yet, though.
Why? How do you know that?
It's around. No magical money from the skies.
Okay.
They employ lesser demons to deliver currency.
All right, so we gotta hijack these lesser demons. And get one of them to
Wait.
tell us. So when the
Unless she's in an anti-magic ward, I can find her.
Okay.
Would she be in an anti-magic cell? Would you know that?
Would Makiko know?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's anything like the cells that the Duchess employs.
We don't want to talk about the cell.
You've met the inside of one.
Mm-hmm.
I've never inquired. I do know that a bounty's never been able to break back out of one. I've never seen the inside
So
directly.
probably.
There's a strong chance they may allow divination as a measure of proving that the
Gilda's
job is
not
done.
here. Oh. Alright, I'm just gonna try it. I'm gonna try my arrow charm and see if I can get a beat on her.
It points back towards the center of town.
That's not good. What's in the center of town? Other than
The palace,
Other than the palace.
the house.
All the big like old buildings.
That's not good. Why would Jack have her being held there?
Here's the thing, Aurora. Remember when me and you went on that little mission and they went into that red house and they were talking about a heist per se?
Yeah.
Maybe they got caught.
I don't know.
Because that house had a lot of magical barriers.
Wait, that was the same house. Yeah.
What?
Okay, so the top door to that has the balcony of that has a door that has an alarm on it.
Okay.
Why would you alarm the top?
I mean, they were doing all kinds of shady stuff. They were dealing with trade with Underdark. Makes sense.
Either way,
Do we need?
You
to-
go bed.
No, we don't need to get in there. We need to find Persona.
What if she's in there?
She's not in there. That's not the center of town.
Oh, okay. Well,
Okay,
How?
well, I'm going to sleep so I can get this over with. If
we're sleeping on the boat,
why?
so we can keep the boat safe. So I can watch you sleep and I can watch the boat.
That's creepy. Please don't watch me sleep.
Oh, shut up.
You
In the
do watch-
meantime, I will step back into town.
Can I? If I steal sleep, does that give me the benefits of a long rest or just the energy to avoid exhaustion?
That is a good question.
Who are you stealing sleep from?
Makiko. If I can.
I would say it's cantrip level, right?
Yeah,
You can get the benefits of a short rest from it.
that's not helpful. Okay.
Can I?
I'm gonna do it anyway,
If
but
you wanted to attempt to cast it at a higher level, you could go for sucking a full rest and knocking somebody out.
how high low?
No lower than second, like sleep, something of that nature.
She's an elf though, isn't she? Yeah, she can't be put to sleep.
She's a friend.
And
She's a friend.
Can I also head into town and stake out the house?
I'm going to sleep.
I actually wanted.
Okay, which house are you wanting to stake out, Talia?
The one that I saw Jack and Bressana go in.
Right.
Look.
Where she saw, or Chico just saw the reptilian butler.
Yeah.
You got blown away from the door. Yeah. What was your destination, Dion?
Pretty much similar action. I'm basically going to trot around town to see if I can perceive some sort of clue. If there's anything shady going on, maybe question a few people.
There's a lot of normal shady goings on at abnormal levels due to the fact that there's been a disaster. All the ice, even though you've been able to rescue most of the people and the people that died were brought back from Gildred's miracle, the water generated from the massive amounts of ice flowing through the city have created a lot of problems. It's washing out the foundations of some of the cheaper buildings and causing a few walls to collapse. No major injuries, but a lot of minor injuries going around and nowhere near enough healers with any substantial amount of power are able to continue doing much through the night.
Okay.
I have a question. Does my sword still float? Not at all.
Not without you manipulating it.
Oh my god.
It doesn't just answer your commands. You have to actually move it around now.
Oh, those first world problems.
Gotta walk.
Gotta swing a sword. What is this device?
I know I gotta
So
get
does
for
it
myself.
sentient now? Oh no.
No AI sword. In which case, I'm just. I guess I'll just make a slow trot on my mount around town. Maybe I'll get lucky.
Ew.
What's that?
Oh yeah, he just slept.
Yeah, he slept.
Never mind.
He crashed out right when you guys finally got back and had a moment to do so. Like, all right, nothing immediately crazy going on. I'm out.
And then everything crazy went on.
Yeah. Because a lot of you don't sleep and shenanigans and things.
Yeah.
I'm gonna hang out with Makiko.
Okay, she tells you a lot of mostly redacted stories. She tells you flat out that she's making up names, and it's obvious because they're frilly girly names like Butterfly and Muffin Cup and stuff like that to describe these like world leaders that she's assassinated.
Okay.
Um,
Like
she-
bedtime stories.
She apparently, after you guys did what you did and took off, things inside the mountain were reformed dramatically, and it's apparently now unbreachable, even though that was the legend that you heard before you broke in. Supposedly security has been stepped up, as has their training, to the point that she graduated 40 years early,
Oh,
Oh,
snap.
wow.
Congratulations.
and she's been active in the field for the last 20 years.
Oh, snap. So you're good.
She's got a bit of a reputation already.
Hey, I know how that is.
And we don't really have a choice. If we fail, we die.
Oh, I don't know how that is.
Fortunately, I don't either yet, but that's how we all go in the long run.
Okay, okay. So, had any boyfriends?
Well, I mean, had a few jobs that we don't need to get into. She has her mask off at this point. She blushes just a little bit. And says, anything to drink around here?
Talia's got something around here. But, I'll tell you a little secret.
She leans in.
I think I dated a prince.
And she goes through the whole excited girly girl spat that I'm not going to make anyone suffer through tonight. And she jumps up and squeals, gives you an even bigger hug, and then heads to the kitchen to find a big bottle of something to celebrate with. After a few minutes, she does come out with a tray of meat. And she looks at you and says, kind of figured I couldn't lose with this.
Oh, hell no.
And then she has what looks to be a very large flagon full of mead
I'm
based
not
on the
drinking that.
froth. She sets it down and just spurs you to continue with that story.
I tell her everything without telling his name, where we were, or anything that could tie him to him.
You said prince. There's only one prince. How?
There's different princes of different peoples.
Yes.
Be a prince of lollipop land for all I know. Anything is technically possible. Now, Rio, am I saying that correctly?
Yes.
You are spontaneously aware of yourself. You're not sure the last time you were alive was. You're keenly aware of the fact that you are somehow dead again.
Okay.
And you feel a drive to seek something or to protect specifically. But despite how much you try at the moment, you can't seem to zero in on what the details of that parameter are. You just know that whatever you are, whoever you used to be, that you were driven to protect someone or something very important.
Gotcha. So I know that I've died, I've come back, but don't know anything, like any specific details. Just the fact that I have a strong feeling that I need to protect something.
Mm-hmm. You feel like that's just something that drives you as a being, and it's fundamental to you. Looking around, you notice the ground you're standing on, as details of what everything are start to gradually come back to you. They do notice it's extremely hot. Most of the ground directly beneath your feet is blackened, and there's a layer of ash that drifts across with a very noxious smelling breeze that is extremely hot. You take in more of the landscape. A majority of it is volcanic rock and lava flows with several large volcanoes set in the background. As you take in all this visually, sounds start to reach your ears of just endless battle. Looking down into the horizon where it looks like, at a glance, there could be trees swaying in the wind is actually the reflection of light off of the armor of countless combatants just battling. It's hard to tell who's on which side. Impossible to tell which faction may be winning. There's forces of different types coming from every imaginable direction. As the magnitude of it starts to become a little overwhelming, you turn to look over your shoulder and stop, and you see just a guy, horribly plain, wearing very, very nice or finely tailored robes, buttoned up very neatly and succinctly, no hair out of place, looks to be at a glance elven until he opens his eyes. You notice his eyes are completely red with just a black vertical pupil. And he looks at you and says, "So, sorry about this. Don't really have time for the recap today. Maybe we can catch up. But in the meantime," he reaches into a coat and pulls out what looks to be a hunk of rusty metal. Excuse me. On the underside of it, there is clearly a handle and a strap of some sort. But the edges of it appear to be broken, like maybe it's part of a broken shield or something. As he pulls it out of his jacket, it erupts into flames. He holds it out to you. He says, "I need you to take this, find Jico, tell her to get her butt down here, because her bestest buddy bestest needs her help." And he snaps his fingers, and you find yourself standing in the prime-material world. You're guessing. The middle of the night, a relatively clear sky with tons of stars. You can hear the sound of a couple of women giggling. Sounds like they may be drinking or carrying on inside a keep that is about 100 feet up a path to your left.
Okay, so confused and lost, I stumble, like make my way into the keep, like stumbling to myself, mumbling to myself, like what, like what's happening, like just questioning everything.
Your first step, you do indeed stumble over top of the sword that we have picked out in your description.
Yep.
It'll be the first picture with it in the scabbard.
Okay.
Seeing it, you immediately feel compelled to grab it. There's a familiarity to it. And as you pick it up, you see images of yourself in combat against foes from the past, like very stereotypical types of enemies, goblins, orcs, massive armies. But you do see yourself wielding your soul knives as well. You seem to remember having abilities that set you apart from normal people. And you start to feel like you were somebody important.
So he basically gets thrown back by the flashbacks of battle. Just stands there confused for a second. Just like everything is too much for him at this point.
Hey, Miss Passive Perception 100 and ridiculous number.
Yeah.
You hear a clattering of metal from outside the window.
I'm sure. That hop up from the bed that I was trying to sleep in. To look out the window.
You see a scantily clad man with flowing, gorgeous white hair blowing in the wind, picking up a sword off the ground and looking around. Without any rolls necessary, he looks very much lost and confused.
Okay.
And out of place.
Yeah. I'll head back downstairs real quick. Completely ignore Makiko. Over to Jico. There's a man outside?
There's a what?
Yeah. I don't know. I heard sounds.
Put your,
What?
cover yourself up.
I can, just pull out the amulet and put it on. The basic disguise that I was given.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm going back to bed. Don't kill him. He looks confused.
Oh, okay, so confused guy outside our door.
Yeah.
Right after. Okay, yeah, sure.
It should be fine.
Okay, and it's been a couple of hours. You've been in and out of a very restless sleep. The sound of Jico having a hell of a good time downstairs with.
Yeah.
Doesn't make your attempts at rest any smoother. Talia, you are at the ship, correct?
I went I went into town to the house.
And
Yeah.
she's got in the house.
He was, yes, yeah. Casing the joint.
Mhm.
See.
How late are you gonna stay out with the council again?
I figure, are there any guards around?
Plenty. They're all over the place, helping in various capacities.
Look like maybe there's a commanding guard, maybe somebody that stands out that might be a lead patrolman or something.
Yeah, you could find a captain or something.
All right, all right. I'd like to find a captain to talk to, or a sergeant, or probably a sergeant. They do more work.
Good call. You find the sergeant on watch that's responsible for a majority of the south section of the city.
Ah, excuse me, mind if I have a word in private?
He turns to yell at you, blatantly clear by the look on his face, but he stops, recognizing your armor and who you are. And he says, "I beg pardon, Master Greystone. Almost gave you a tongue lashing thinking you're one of these morons. What can I do you for?"
Don't give him too much slack. It's hard times right now. Just a couple of questions um, about your town. I got reason to believe there was a little bit of mischief. Let's say possibly an abduction. Do you know of any things like that that happen around here? Uh, what places would I need to avoid if I didn't want to uh, end up on the wrong side of law here?
Um, I'm not sure, as I understand you 100%.
Let's just say
Are you implying that you might have kidnapped someone
no,
and inquired
no,
as to the best place to hide them, Master Greystone?
no. Just to be discreet and not point any fingers at your fair town. Have you heard any stories of places to avoid here? Maybe places you don't, mysterious, mysterious places that don't really get too much attention.
Oh,
Um,
places we don't go because the gangs kick our asses?
yes, those places.
There's plenty of those sectors. Most of them on the outer rings of town. There's a couple of little pockets closer to the center. Nothing inside the actual preserve.
You say closer to the center, huh?
There's a few high crime families that make a residence there, but they don't usually like to combine their workspace and their living space. We found we can zero in on them a little too easy.
I see. All right. Yeah, I'm sorry for the confusion. Can't say I'm not a bit confused of the hypothetical situation myself. Uh, I'll let you get back to it.
Yeah,
And
that's fine. Just so we're clear, though, it is hypothetical, though. Nobody's been kidnapped.
oh no, I really just wanted to know the best places to patrol. I've been a bit worried, and there's a lot of people missing, and you know,
Well, anywhere there's docks, you'll find kidnappings. And I don't know if you're
don't read into it too much, Sarge. You got a lot to worry about.
well, if somebody has enemies, you could check with the Bounty Guild. A lot of missing persons turn up there. They don't
And
always
where,
have people they're wanted.
and where would that place be located?
Yeah, one of the big fancy buildings in the preserve, not too far from the amphitheater.
All right.
Apparently, it's one of the oldest organizations in the city, so they get to have one of the big fancy buildings.
right, well, yeah, if my if my patrol takes me around that area, I'll keep a close eye out, watch my back. I do appreciate your time and your information, and I'll let you get back to taking care of these people. They need it right now, and I'll hop back. Well, I guess I never really. Yeah, I'll hop back on my mount.
Right on. Okay, that conversation wouldn't have taken too terribly long. We can say that you're circling back around and coming up the path in time to see the stranger just appear out of a cloud of hellfire and sulfurous smelling smoke, and then trip over a sword and stand around looking quite confused.
You say I do?
Yeah, you see him appear. You're coming up the drive, heading back towards the manor, easily 300 feet out.
Divine sense. I'll cast divine sense.
I'm gonna head out the door. You know how quick I am. While he's divine sensing from afar.
Okay, as you reach over, pick up your sword, and the wash of memories flows over you again. You realize that it must have taken you a few minutes or moments to relive it all. There is a woman standing in the doorway of the keep, and you hear footsteps approaching, or hoofbeats approaching up the path behind you. When you use your divine sense, you do detect an undead with demonic taint. On the bright side, it is not specifically Montefax taint, but it is familiar.
It's familiar.
Uh-huh.
Uh,
Like you've smelled that particular demon stink before.
I'm gonna dismount and slow.
I get there first. I'm faster than you by so very much.
Okay. Johnny on the spot, describe your character for everyone.
All right, my character is an Oni, which is a Japanese demon. She is a pale Oni, so her skin is white. She's got short reddish hair at the moment that is an undercut. She's got horns that are about this tall that she's very proud of, and she is missing an arm. She's wearing a yukata with some black dragon scale armor over top of it.
A ridiculously large sword.
Yes, with a no daichi, two no daichis.
Taller than her.
Yeah, taller than me.
And she just suddenly appears next to you.
Yes, in a rush of air and dust, there is this Oni next to you. You are familiar with Oni. You not sure why, but you feel like you've dealt with them before in that landscape that you were just in.
I've drawn my sword.
Hold on. Hi. What are you?
Careful, Jico. There's a foul stench about this one. Do you know what this is?
I don't know. I don't smell undead things.
Okay, they're staring at you like a zoo attraction, saying all this out loud.
I'm Rio. I was sent here to find Chico. But I was given a blade to give to you by Bestis.
Bestis. Oh,
Yeah, of course. They say they need you right away, as soon as possible.
Where?
I, I'm not sure. There were a lot of volcanoes. I, I don't remember.
Oh, crap. Where's Bestis at right now? That has a lot of volcanoes.
I walk up behind her. No, Chico.
Okay, we gotta get your girlfriend back, then we can get my boyfriend back.
Did you
Excuse
tell,
me?
Did you tell Makiko the story about how you
No.
lost Bestis
No,
during girls' night? Okay,
Excuse me? You're what?
yes,
you did?
yeah,
She said, wait, didn't Caitlin said that he banished him, right?
yeah,
Well, then he's in the abyss.
Oh,
It sends him back home.
right.
And once you were to give Jico this sword, what other business do you have to stay in our realm?
Dion, calm down.
I'm not sure. I feel like I need to protect something or someone.
So you have
I-
unfinished business.
Yes, I would assume so. I'm not quite sure.
There's a lot of people who need protecting right about now. So, dealing with some world-ending things. So, if you're here to protect someone, we're the ones to do it with.
And who are you exactly?
do we have a name?
As a group?
Yeah.
No?
Bad Decisions Incorporated.
We need a name.
Oh, shit creek.
Think we have a name. I don't think we need a name. I feel like having a name will follow us and we won't be able to avoid it. And we're having a hard enough time avoiding it just as it is.
Okay,
Touchy, Clony, and Goody Two Shoes.
where does that leave the two of you and Gildred in this matter?
Oh, and Sneaky there.
I mean,
I forgot him.
Gildred.
Yeah.
You don't really have a group name.
Bad decision. Incorporated.
But you obviously know Jigo. And behind you with the sword out is Mr. Dion Greystone. We have a friend who's not here.
The name Greystone rings out in your mind. You seem to remember it being a legacy of righteous warriors and paladins that have always helped stand up for the weak.
Great. Greystone. You protect. You stand up for those who can't stand for themselves.
That I do. I'm still unsure of your business here, if it is indeed a
Well,
noble unfinished business. We can help. That all depends on what the real reason is.
Makiko chimes in and says, if there's demons involved, you can bet on two things. It is business and you're being cheated.
How is she here still?
she's our friend.
Yeah. What gives, Aurora? I thought we were cool.
Uh-huh. Anyway, I'm gonna go back to bed. Don't kill the new guy. Don't go to the abyss without me.
Okay, as long as you're with me
Yeah, after we rescue Persona.
after Bersana.
Yeah.
Okay, what if we can't find Bersana, but we do find?
I will be able to find her in the morning.
Oh, okay.
But wait, you can't go in the city though.
I gesture to my disguised self. I can go anywhere just fine.
That'll work some places, but some places it won't.
I was told that this disguise would hold up pretty much anywhere.
we may be a little
I can find out where she
off
is.
subject here. No one is going to the abyss before we find out what the true business is of this one. It could be a trap. Although I'm still speaking like this, I have slightly lowered my guard to a standby, seeing as it's not an imminent threat. This entity's not an imminent threat, hasn't made any
Dion,
aggressive actions.
When he says abyss, you have flashes of serving in an emissary capacity to Lords of the Abyss, particularly Bestis. You remember that you've worked for him before, and you seem to have repeating memories of appearing where you were and a lot more of a conversation than you just got, but not a lot of details to it. As if maybe this is something that happens to you commonly.
But do I know exactly my past with Bestis or who Bestis is?
You're pretty sure he is one of the lords of the area you were in, if not the reigning lord. But you feel like it's in chaos. You have a lot of memories of working for other people recently on demons you were less familiar with and fighting on other sides. But it's all really, really hazy, and you're not able to pull a lot of details out of it just yet.
Okay, gotcha.
Hey, Jacob,
yeah,
can you do me a favor?
yeah.
I haven't been able to sleep.
Oh, you want me to knock you out?
Kind of.
Oh, I don't know if I can do this.
Get the popcorn. I love where this is going.
Fine, Dion. Can you knock me out so I can go to sleep?
Ooh, where's that?
And I'll point my finger at Aurora and cast command sleep.
It doesn't work. You have to physically
I know.
knock me out.
I know. You know I can't do that.
Oh my, you guys.
Hey, do you still have some of that drink, Talia?
Oh,
Talia's in town, casing the house. He's not there. She is not there.
one of you's just gonna have to punch me.
All right.
Athletics or acrobatics, your choice.
I wasn't fighting it. Screw Kiko.
No, since we're distracted and I gave her advantage, she got a natural 20.
I did not invite Mikiko to do this. Okay, fine. I mean, that works. I'll sleep now.
You're gonna wake up without a couple of teeth. You can lose teeth, right?
Yeah, I just can't be magically put to sleep. Sorry.
Oh.
My high five for Kiko. You're like, I couldn't have done it, man.
You didn't even see her coming. None of you did. I mean, she is very small and very much an accomplished ninja. She appears practically out of the shadows behind a curtain and just wraps you up. And before you realize what's going on, you've already failed your first drowning save, and you're out cold.
Okay, that works. So I'm putting it in bed.
To the others in the room, Dion, you can't help but draw a sword and go to her defense, but you do notice that she stops, and Aurora is definitely breathing. She makes sure that she's still breathing, and then chuckles and looks at it. Wait a minute, she's going to be very mad at me. Y'all got my back, right?
Of course.
We wanted
of
that to
course.
happen.
We're not going to let anything.
She looks up at you, Rio, like you have any information on her. It's like, you heard her, right? She said she wanted to go to sleep. So, I mean, it's not my fault.
Probably for the best. So,
Rest now, right?
you did say your name, right? Did you? Was I there? Right, Rio. Rio. Okay. So back.
He didn't sound 100% convinced when he said it, but he did say it.
So, Rio, let's get back to this uncertain business that you have. I'm hard pressed to believe that you're not a threat, given the essence about you. So if you could give more details, we may be able to figure out how to complete your task or get you to what you desire, if at all it is noble or innocent.
Looking at Dion, turning around to look at Dion, I say, I wish I had more information to tell you, but I cannot remember. I woke up and was greeted by this guy, Bestus, and was given this blade to hand to Jiko and was summoned here. I I have no clue what's going on. I'm lost.
Lost.
Hey, Dion, is it just the sword from Bestus that is demonic, or is it all of him that's demonic?
Well, I would have picked up on any different demonic sources if Rayo's irradiating Bestus uh, energy and the sword is radiating Bestus energy. The sword would have to actually leave his possession for me to detect two different
All right, well,
energies.
I take the sword.
Do I sense a split in that essence?
The sword itself doesn't have any energy coming off of it. There's a latent emanation from where Bestus used to be in it, but Bestus isn't in there, so there's no more power coming out of it, just like a lingering residue, so to speak, or a stain. Actually sounds a little bit more demonic. You do, however, upon closer inspection, when you look at Rio, the energy type is definitely the same type of energy that Bestus uses. The aura behind it is pretty much a dead match. The structure of it is very different, though. It's not as if Bestus was within him or exerting power over him directly. He has a very intricate binding spell over
Would
his.
I would I be able to understand on any level?
You've run into them before. You don't know exactly what the terms of it are, but you know that this is a demonic contract. He's made a deal at the cost of his soul. You can tell that it is a very powerful deal, and it has been in existence for a very, very long time.
Uh,
But for the first time ever, you're actually on a first name basis with the demon that bought the soul.
the item you have has no essence.
The piece of metal that he brought with him
Yeah.
does have
Okay.
that does have a large amount of Bestus' energy in it.
So
And
so
you can see there is a strong link going from it off into extra dimensional space.
uh the sword has no energy, but he is tethered. He is tethered to something. And I can sense Bestus.
All right, yeah.
And Bestus' presence is extremely strong from the shard of metal with the handle that he brought, or that Rio brought with him. And that's the piece that has a very obvious tether of demonic energy.
I'm gonna get my friend.
And you actually feel a charge in the air.
And
After
Or a storm, how it just feels energetic.
I'm fidgety. I'm rubbing my legs and feeling electricity off of my fingers when I do it. Tapping the ground. Is her sleep over yet?
She just went to sleep.
she's having symptoms of withdrawal is what she's having. You need to go to rehab.
Yeah.
when
Rehab.
when he mentions tether to Bestus, can I ask like who Bestus is or what they know?
Bestus is the bestest. His name is Bestus Bolizabar. He, unfortunately, is a demon, but he is the coolest.
He's the best.
He's the bestest.
You
So
you
basically,
remember
he
a little bit.
fangirls.
Yeah, for the most part.
I fangirl the hell out.
Yeah, as she starts singing Bessus's Glory, you do get a few figments of memory here and there. And you do remember a lot of things to kind of help support what she's saying. Like he's clearly into practical jokes and seems to have a certain joviality to his demeanor. But your experiences with him are almost always in the battlefield, and that's where he likes to be jovial and play practical jokes as he's destroying his enemies with extreme prejudice. So darker than what's being described, but you can kind of see it.
Yeah.
It's getting better.
Is my sleep over yet?
That's negative. Talia,
Hello.
you staking out the building. You don't see Jack.
Hmm.
You wait until maybe an hour after sunup and figure if they're in there, they're passed out, and they're not going to be moving for a while. As you go to leave, you see Kaiju leave the building.
I'll walk over.
Approach him directly.
Yes.
He stops, looks up at you, reaching for his sword, and then when he notices you for who you are, he kind of snorts and keeps walking.
I'll turn invisible and follow.
He walks for about 1.5 miles. Not super fast, but he's very athletic and doesn't do much of anything slowly. That's somewhat brisk pace. You don't have any trouble keeping pace with him, but as he starts cutting towards the south, he ducks into an alley very quickly and tries to shake the tail. So you roll an investigation or perception. See if you can keep eyes on him.
Okay. 1 sec.
Gave him disadvantage since you were stalking him, but it didn't pan out well for me.
And I'm invisible. Investigation. 48.
With the natural 1 I rolled,
Oh, that's lucky. I rolled a 2.
he's got some pretty impressive senses, but he cannot see invisibility. So he stops to look over his shoulder, not realizing that you've already come out into the street and can see him clearly. He looks around really quickly and ducks into an alleyway. You can tell by the look on his face, he probably thinks that he shook you.
I'll keep following
Okay.
at a safe distance.
I know how obscene the score is, but for posterity's sake, roll stealth for me.
Oh. Stealth is 169.
Okay. When you come around the corner into the alley, you actually see him further down the alley, peeking up over the pile of barrels and discarded fish netting that he's hiding behind. You don't see any weapons in his hand, but you do notice that the skin on his forearms has taken a darker hue. You know that he can alter his body in combat,
Mm-hmm.
and that's an indicator that he's preparing for combat.
Oh, okay. I'll keep watching him for a little bit.
He stays there for a solid 5 minutes, peeking up occasionally, ducking down at the slightest noises, including the banner from a building, a half a block up the street blowing in the breeze. After a while, he seems content that he's not being followed and very carefully walks back out into the open street and continues back the way he had come, and then takes a left to go on in a different direction.
I'll keep following.
This time he's heading back towards the general direction of Snowtops.
Mm-hmm.
And say about 5 blocks over from there, walks into a particularly rundown old hovel. Used to be 2, maybe 3 stories. It's hard to tell with the remaining architecture whether there was an entire 3rd story or just like an attic or a small room.
Yeah.
The 1st and 2nd floor are mostly intact. Then whatever's left of the 3rd floor is completely open air.
Right.
Steps into the doorway. You hear him tapping out a short series of knocks. About 6 seconds later, little panel slides open and then latches unbolted and the door opens. He steps right in. Roll a perception check.
That's actually a little bit well. 46.
Immediately when the door opens, there is one source of light from inside that you can discern. There used to be like a tabletop lantern that can be carried around. But very clearly reflecting in the light, you see Captain Jack's hat sitting on the floor.
Can I move into the room before the door shuts?
Possibly, but it would be nigh impossible to do so without bumping one of the 2 people in the doorway right now. He's stepping back just enough to let Kaiju slip into the doorway.
Then can I shadow step into the room?
Sorry.
You absolutely can. There is a chair that looks to be big enough to conceal you, not too far from where the hat is. The other thing you notice, though, is the smell of sap bubbling.
Right.
You don't have a lot of direct contact with it, but considering your past, you're familiar with it as a narcotic and a truth agent. No way, that could be better.
Okay. Still obviously invisible. I'll survey the room.
In this room, you don't see anyone other than Kaiju and an unknown pirate. The pirate himself doesn't seem to be anyone important. Has several burn marks on his fingertips and face. His phone.
So wouldn't be an old member of the crew.
Not that you're familiar with.
Right.
He does have the remnants of one of Captain Jack's old brands from a crew that was disbanded, like it's been partially cut off.
Mm-hmm.
But you can see the lingering pieces of it from where it was done very sloppily.
Okay, I'll wait.
You hear many voices coming from down the steps.
Okay. I'll wait for Kaiju to move.
He looks at the guy who, the disheveled pirate who sits down on a sack of what looks to be produce in the corner of the room, ruffles behind it, grabs, a little piece of glass and a few matches and sees to taking care of his issues for the night.
Mm-hmm.
But as you sit there, keep an eye on them, Kaiju makes his way down the steps. When he gets down to the bottom of the steps, even though you can't see from the angle you're at, you hear a door opening and the smell and sounds of a casino barrage you immediately. You can hear easily dozens, if not hundreds of different voices clattering several different types of games.
As soon as he had started going down the steps, was I able to move to being able to see down the stairs?
You feel good about your chances considering the state of the occupant of the room right now.
Yeah.
Roll a stealth check.
Yeah. Ooh. That was a good roll. Yeah, it's actually 175.
Sneakier than sneaky.
Yeah. If I'd failed that, I would have. I have
Jeez.
advantage because I'm invisible.
But really, really high numbers. Yeah, you move as if you were a shadow yourself, from the back behind the chair to underneath a coffee table.
Hmm.
I mean, incredibly small. With your abilities, you can warp a little bit, slip it partially into the shadows. Kaiju does turn to look over his shoulder. He squints in that general direction. And then the other pirate coughs a little bit behind you, and he rolls his eyes and heads on through the door.
Before the door shuts again, shadow step.
Okay. There are numerous shadows in this room. When you can count, imagine in your mind's eye what a casino would look like, and pick a type of area you would be looking for, like underneath a card table, underneath a roulette wheel, behind a bouncer, in the ceiling somewhere.
Yeah, I was gonna say the ceiling. If there was any like kind of I forgot what they're called.
There are rafters.
That was it.
It's a crudely dug out cavern of sorts. The floor is for the most part level, but they didn't really seem to be concerned with right angles or a proper ceiling, as it were. The height of the ceiling varies as much as 12 feet from one section to the next, but it is all reinforced to prevent cave-ins.
Mhm.
Where the reinforced areas where any lighting would be recessed up, they do have continual light orbs with metal dishes to help reflect the light, but it does create massive blind spots in the rafters.
Yep, I'll use even though I am invisible, I'll use the blind spots just to get a better view of everything.
Okay, just taking a look around, you recognize almost every professional figure you've seen since you got to Bantu Kaling. None of the guards, but all three of the other dignitaries that were waiting outside the Duchess's office to try and get a meeting are in here at some table or other. One of them has women in his lap. A few other people that are still wearing uniforms that suggest they hold positions that you haven't been made familiar with. But it is obviously an underground black mart establishment of some sort. To support that even more, you do see Jack off in the back, elevated area, nice cushy pillows.
I'll get closer to Jack, but using the ceiling, the rafters, so I can listen in and stuff.
Okay, the chaotic design makes it a little tricky to get over there, but you shouldn't have any problems making it without being detected with your skills at the rate that they are.
Mm-hmm.
Back at the manor, anything else we want to cover with Rio, who is just a sponge?
Do you know how long you've been working for Festus?
I just know that it's been a while. I get flashbacks to him, but I'm not sure how long.
You can tell when he attempts to answer these questions that he really is trying to figure out what the answers are.
Oh,
So he either doesn't remember or he's a phenomenal actor. You guys haven't seen a lot of theater. So.
Insight check.
All right.
Um, 32.
All right. As near as you can tell, he seems to be genuinely struggling to find the right words.
I think this poor lost soul is in need of guidance, not destruction.
Jigo, your judgment is not unbiased,
Okay,
but
look,
I will say it seems to be confused.
All of you present, roll a perception check, except for you, Aurora. You see it.
I'm asleep.
You probably feel it in your dreams.
That's right.
Only you are asleep.
Well,
Actually, be
I'm
sneaky for a
knocked
little
out. 25.
It's 47.
Okay, Chico, you don't really notice that much, but the plate of metal, you guys have all handled it. It seems to emanate some power, but doesn't seem to do anything. You notice for the briefest second when you say Chico with that authoritative tone, it glows just a bit and then diminishes again.
Okay. I noticed.
He's not gonna say nothing. He noticed.
Okay. Back in town, inside the Temple of Om, you drift off into a surprisingly restful sleep. Despite the stress of the events that led up to your miracle, you were able to put your mind at ease and find a very restful sleep. Initially, you start dreaming about your pocket dimension and running with your raptors, and hunting with them. And it eventually turns into a different type of dream where instead of just hunting for fun, as you tend to do with your raptors, there's a driving force and you're trying to track a smell that you can't identify. As you get closer to it, the landscape starts to get a little darker. It starts to rain and thunder strikes. As you, sorry. As you and the raptor pack continue to get closer, you notice that the sound starts to muffle and dim and go to where you can't hear anything. When you look around, you see the grass is still blowing and your raptor pack is there and they're barking with you. And then when you look up, you see the storm cloud is just rushing at you extremely fast. And as the clouds billow out, the shape of Monothec's face appears. And then you startle awake.
When I wake up, I'm gonna use Iron Power Earth and Surprise to swipe sideways.
Okay. A few moments after that, there's a bit of a clattering. The only earth you could reach was the clay basin that the water was in. It was available for you. You grab that and go to slash across the air, and it turns into more of a bludgeoning instrument and hits nothing and clatters to the ground. You realize it was a dream. You do hear a set of footsteps hurrying up the hallway after a few seconds. There's a little knock on the door.
Come in.
The same priest that escorted you to the room and ordered food for you pokes his head in. Is everything all right?
Yeah, I had a bad dream.
I suppose that's understandable. Can I get you anything?
Maybe some bacon or something.
He chuckles. Because I believe the sun will be up shortly. The kitchens are probably already getting things going. I'll poke my head in and see what I can do.
Just something with me.
He kind of endearingly mocks you. Not to be a smart aleck, but he says, something with me, and he kind of chuckles to himself as he walks off down the hallway. Very warm reception from everyone here so far. But aside from that, the room is empty. Really take notice of how bare it is. They really don't believe in material possessions. There's not even many mirrors. And a very simple wardrobe with really plain robes, fresh linens, and a shelf with only a couple of books on it. The history of Nome, the history of Om, according to the ancient peoples, and then the more revised Church of Om, as dictated by the elves a long time ago. The sun has not quite risen yet, and it sounds like that the church grounds are pretty much calm. There's not much going on. If you were inclined to do so, it would be a good time to try to leave. without being noticed by a whole flock of fanatical fans.
Oh, wait. Is there any windows?
There's one window in this room, very small window. Faces the back of the temple and the alleyways. Explain to you, you were brought in, they wanted to have the acolytes' windows facing the people that needed our help the most, so the view is of the slums of the city. And you can hear the sound of workers still busily trying to clean up the mess from the water, the ice and snow. One silver lining from the Delta disaster, ice is now very, very cheap and readily available throughout the entire city.
Yeah. I guess I'll pick up one of the books and start reading.
Okay. You are familiar with them before, but you can just sit down and read and catch them for a while.
My arms goes up to.
Okay. I'm going to take a coffee break, stretch some legs.
Can I ask one question before you go?
Yes.
Did I notice the type of energy that irradiated from it? Or was it just magic energy?
You're not sure which type of magic, as in what type of spell effect was going off.
Okay, so
it is definitely the same type of abyssal energy.
okay. All right. Break time.
Yep.
Short.
When we get back, it'll be
It is.
when the morning is rolling back around.
So I'll be awake.
Yes.
Oh, thank God.
We'll let you finish getting your long rest. Anyone else that's doing activities that don't require anything too crazy can catch a long rest too. Talia, being who you are, you can get the benefits sitting up in the raptor spine on people all night. There's going to be a lot of details from that night that'll come in handy later.
Oh no, that's fine. I have a plan.
All right. We'll say hesitant 10-minute, possibly 15-minute break. We will be back.
All right.
So she's totally gonna hold herself. At the bounty hunter.
Yeah.
Waiting for whoever made the bounty to pick her up.
Yeah.
So. No, no, the idea of that. Stay to your arm still.
Yeah.
I need to murder Jack. The thing that happened. I can't believe it was Jack. We still don't know it was Jack. But I can't.
You need to find Jack first.
Yeah, I can find Jack. Not to worry about that. I changed up my spell list, so I have scrying now, and I have yeah. So I've got scrying now, so I can find them.
Are you having fun, Storm?
Yeah, I am.
Okay.
I'm trying. No, the overlay weirded out at the end, so I'm trying to fix it.
Oh, joy.
Well, I just want you to have fun because that's all that matters.
Oh yeah, I definitely am. Yeah, for some reason it's not capturing the webcams now, so I'm trying to figure that out.
Oh, excellent. I'm now hidden from the internet as well.
From the internet.
It was that high stealth roll. You broke it.
Yeah, it was that high stuff. That was an 18.
Yeah, so I can scry on them. I still have my arrow charm on Bressana, so I can lead someone there wherever she is.
Here we go. We fixed it. So.
You just got to stay hidden when you're in the city.
I understand that.
But also, you can't go in the city with that amulet.
Why not?
No, I'm just saying you can't go into the city with that disguise.
Why?
The amulet that was given to you.
Oh, well, yeah, because it does just recognize it. That's fair. I can disguise myself. I don't need the amulet.
Well, just giving you a heads up, that's all. Just reminding you.
I can disguise myself. And then I have an amulet of proof against detection and location, so I can't. Divination magic doesn't work on me,
Mhm.
so they shouldn't be able to see through my disguise, unless they have true sight. That should be the only thing that could possibly see me. But detect magic, I believe, is divination magic, and it won't work on me. I could be wrong though.
I'm not sure.
Let's find out.
I'm gonna go to the restroom. BRB.
All right.
Okay.
Let's see.
Right. I will describe my plan.
Yeah, detect magic is divination, so I can't do this. What's your plan?
I can't say it on the thing.
He's not here.
It's still. He'll hear all.
Oh, that's not how I expected any of that to go. And your depends? Your depends is what? I want to kill him.
What?
When I asked you is what she pointed and what she demanded, is it gonna make me want to kill her? And you said it depends.
This is not, he hasn't done anything she's demanded yet.
Oh, right, it's all just him. Okay.
Yeah, this is all just him.
Sure. So I can just put hands in.
What babies?
Ice cream?
Not right now, baby. If you're good the whole time we're in this stream, I'll give you some ice cream. What? Yeah, same goes for you. All right.
But I was totally fine to do stuff. I had 90 energy points left. After firebolting myself.
Talia.
Oh dear. Proper fangirl.
I am. And I got my color pencil organizer, or my gel pen organizer. I've got 150 gel pens, and I'm gonna color it in.
Nice.
It's gonna be beautiful.
I was thinking the black would be like a dark, like gray or black.
We also need to inform Gilder that there's something wrong. He doesn't know any of this.
There's something wrong.
Yes.
Coffee is not what I would call fresh anymore.
All right, I'm just going for a cigarette. I'll be back in a sec.
Okay.
You want to see my masterpiece? I'm gonna color it in.
You might have a wee bit of obsession there, look.
Do I?
Just a teeny bit.
You're doing in your notebook like a teenage girl with a crush.
Because I'm playing a teenage girl with a crush. Okay. I'm sorry. You have to think about it like this. Beelzebub trained and helped her get over fears the same kind of way that. Yeah, I did say Beelzebub, didn't I?
Yeah.
Wrong game.
Wrong B.
All right, I'm back.
But Festus helped train her to fight better, taught her little secrets, is a cool older guy. She's got a rank 3 boy crazy defense.
I'm not even worried about him. I'm worried about you telling Makiko literally all of our secrets. After she told us that if someone asked her, she would tell them.
I'm not telling her.
Okay, so with high numbers, the thing that I'm like struggling to know with the game is what dice and how many dice I would roll and for what.
You're gonna roll a d20 for almost everything, outside of damage, and then you just add your modifier to whatever you roll in the d20.
The big main difference between this and normal 5th edition D&D is your ability scores are really, really high.
Yeah, that's what was throwing me off. I was like, wait, what do I roll and how many do I roll?
Just wait. It gets worse as you spend PowerPoints.
Okay.
It's way worse.
I mean, you heard our. No, what was he doing? You heard our scores. You know, I had like 140 for perception. He had like 150 for stealth. They get crazy, but that's why we're practically gods at this point. So.
Well, some of you are,
Some of us are.
depending upon how loose that definition is, divine being.
Illustrators are very gods.
I think we all got a divine rank. Overall divine rank 0.
I believe that did happen for everybody, divine rank 0 and or legendary templates. Pretty sure everybody has legendary templates except for our new guy here.
Yeah.
Well, he's got a lot he doesn't know. It'll be fun.
That's an understatement.
It's okay. We'll figure it out together.
And healthy, you're playing this,
Oh,
and I love you.
you can't love all his characters.
I get to learn about my character as I play,
Yeah.
which is hilariously fun.
Your character is very controversial versus Dion.
They told me before I even created the character that this would cause some issues.
Now, luckily, I'm not a typical paladin like a paladin, like a
How are you not a typical paladin?
I'm a paladin through the Greystone line, which wasn't necessarily like what is I was from what I understand, Greystone was typically a legend through the whole first wave of Monarch. I don't have a specific deity that I have to follow. It's more of a code
Yeah.
versus a deity that demands a certain style of worship. I have a certain amount of freedom of choice without losing my abilities. So I can
Straight up cold-blooded murder somebody that tortured you.
To be fair, deity is usually more associated with cleric. Paladins can be associated with orders that aren't necessarily religious. So it's normal for paladins to not have deities they worship.
well,
They're just righteous.
Sorry, I gotta get the gel out of the gel pen.
Blank pieces of paper.
I don't have any blank pieces of paper, or I would have done that.
Okay.
I heard none of that because I was muted.
Oh, well, we got
well,
back.
well, Steve could probably explain it better
What's up?
about my code as a paladin. I was saying I'm not a typical paladin, and that gives me a little bit of leniency as far as making particular choices, like not to slay our new member as soon as I see him.
He's never living that down.
Never living it down. I'm forever gonna be like, oh yeah, but you murdered that dude.
Yeah, he's a variant of a godless paladin. He follows an inner code of righteousness or justice, however you want to paint it. It's been defined by him as he's played his character.
He's a goody two shoes Batman.
Mostly. There are some incidents that he will clearly never live down. But
Never.
mostly spot on, really good guy.
That's why we
Well,
call him Dion.
You call him Daddy Dion. Literally no one else calls him
I know.
Daddy Dion.
well,
But he's
at least
out of the group.
I didn't make the same mistake twice.
Shut the fuck up.
We all love each other, can't you tell? We're a
Yeah,
perfect good party with no problems in between us at all.
the party obviously wasn't going to make the same mistake twice. I'll wave your nub for you.
We say this why we have a split party.
Okay, are we all back? We all ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, any particular actions that want to be established through the night? Rio, you would feel no need to sleep. It would actually be kind of restless.
Gotcha.
Dion, you just woke up. So you've got plenty of mundane choring things to do around the house if
We
you
bet.
You do have people that are paid for that, but you are involved there.
Right.
But, from the last moment of RP, we'll say we need at least 5 to 6 hours for everyone to get enough sleep and or downtime.
Yeah, I don't think I have the Elven 4 hour.
You had a bit of a head start, so
Yeah.
I'll give you a little credit there.
I didn't need a long rest. I was perfectly fine. I'm ready to go. Kind of.
Stay up with Makiko all night.
Stayed up with Makiko
Oh,
all night because I don't need to sleep.
Okay.
I'm watching out for her, making sure that she sleeps and isn't disturbed.
So what we'll call that is anything that you've heard about the game so far, you've heard Makiko and Jiko going on and on about for the entire night, like nonstop, drinking, eating some meat, and
I don't drink.
well, Makiko does.
Okay.
She becomes
I
kind
get
of,
her drunk as shit.
yeah, she gets to a point where she's relatively indecipherable, but she toughs it out and continues to listen and say random stuff.
Okay. When she is drunk, I'm going to start asking her about what she knows in the capital. Like anything I can get. Can I convince her to draw me a map?
Wow.
Asking a drunk person to draw. Nice, Chico.
Exactly.
Hey, and I'm going to follow this map to a T.
No, we're not following
No.
We are too.
To her credit, it doesn't look all that bad, but you've looked at enough Elven writing to know that most of these aren't actual characters. And she just gets into some squiggles and doodles and rambles, and like you could see where like you were watching her while she's drawing the map for you, talking about part of the capital that is such and such, and she trails off onto another subject. She starts writing the words coming out of her mouth and didn't even notice. She just went back to business.
Okay.
But she puts an effort in there.
Hey, I will take it. I'll roll it up. It's gonna come in handy.
After you go through it, and she makes an offhand comment about how cheap they are, and she's got accurate ones. She could probably give you one, but this one's special because she made it for you and you're friends. And she hiccups and looks like she might throw up for a moment and pulls herself back together.
I slap her on the back one, give her a hard time. She throw up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
on the spot.
Oh, good thing Dion's rich and we got people to clean that up. Hey, don't we have somebody to clean this?
No.
The doors, the little swinging half doors to the kitchen. You see one of them swinging. You don't see anybody there.
I'll get them off, and I'm gonna.
You smell like you see food in stages of being prepped, but you don't see any bodies. You know there are several exits, but you didn't know everybody when it working in the kitchen could be a ninja. Under the right circumstances, it's just ghosts. It's deserted, like
Oh,
freshly sliced bacon just starting to sizzle on the skillet. Like hasn't been there
Oh.
30 seconds yet.
it's not even cooked, y'all. Oh, all right, I'll get them off, and clean it up in super speed.
By the time you get back to the kitchen, everybody is there working.
Thanks, guys. Thanks, y'all.
Only the best employed.
They just back to work.
Here's your mop back. Thank you.
I was looking for that.
Yeah.
She avoids eye contact and disappears off to the back.
Is it possible I hired all these people that used to work with me in the field? They might be skilled.
If you want to establish that you hired old military veterans, you can.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
People I can trust. people that put it on the line for me, and I put it on the line for them.
Okay. We'll have to sit down and write up some more in-depth NPC profiles for them then. That's pretty interesting.
We got some jokers in the kitchen. That's cool.
Mhm.
All right. I'm also, what else do I need to get from her? I'm gonna get her telling me stories about the Capitol.
What specifically are you probing for?
I need to know if she's got anything on garden lingo.
Yeah, of course. We all have to do 5 years as part of our final training.
Oh my gosh, you got a book on that?
I mean, there's not really a book, it's more of a life.
Oh,
But yeah, I know people everywhere in the capital.
okay. Can you teach me the lingo?
I mean, I guess
We got all night.
it'll take more than a night.
Oh,
Why?
I just need it. I need to be ready to go into service, be a guard.
You're serious right now.
No, it's my plan. You don't think I'd be, look at my armor. You don't think I'd be a good guard?
You know what you need to run.
It's a natural 18.
Ooh,
Good on you.
Like charisma, right?
your deception.
Deception. I don't think my deception's any higher than my charisma.
I'll give you advantage considering you are sporting the Curiosity Guard armor. It's a nice touch.
To 66.
Well, you got a natural 18. So probably not gonna be. She seems to like take a moment to drink it in for a second. Yeah, I guess maybe.
I just don't want to look like an idiot coming in there, some noob that they don't know. I want to boss people around.
No, but their entire basic training regimen is designed to make you feel like an ignorant noob and to put you down. And it's kind of unavoidable.
I'm going to beat the system. I'm me.
Jeez, you're crazy. Still got that spirit though.
Always. That ain't ever going to die.
I hope not.
Yeah,
You and
hyper
your friends are kind of an urban legend.
Well, the goody two-shoe princess, the spoiled brat princess that nobody likes, and the spirit of the woods.
No, from a long time ago, back at the mountain. You remember the bug man?
Yeah,
Aurora calls him.
yeah.
He was one of the king's elite assassins. And the group of you defeated him. So they naturally covered that shit up. But the rumor still managed to squeak out through cracks. She looks around.
Good girl.
And the truth is kind of out there. Most people don't believe it, but it's kind of funny. There's a lot of jokes. A lot.
Well, they shouldn't have messed with us.
Well, they weren't trying to.
All right, let's flat out put it. It shouldn't mess with kids.
Now, again, it wasn't sent to mess with kids. He was supposed to be dispatching of a deserter.
And her child.
Yeah. No, he was sent to save the child. The child was lost in the struggle. The former queen herself has spoken to the people and admitted it.
Maybe I was drunk that day.
Were you drinking back then?
Oh, it was after Will, and I hold up my non-existent arm to look down at my non-existent hand and go, I don't want to talk about it anymore.
You should do something about that.
Hey,
It just kind of leans in. It looks like she wants to poke it really bad. It looks.
I touch her with it.
Ah!
Ah!
It's squishy. Why is it squishy?
It's gross. All right. We can move on to the day. I'm tired of talking with Kika.
Okay, so they
Sorry.
continue on back and forth like this until well into the morning. How are you busying yourself before everyone else gets roused, Dion?
I haven't wandered far away from Ryo. I haven't wandered far. I'm sort of uncomfortable. I mean, I've went back into the manor and guess I'm just thinking, maybe pacing a little bit, taking a random seat here and there to rest, but kind of pacing, trying to clear my mind so I can make a proper thought. Really, I guess I'm just waiting for everybody to rest up so we can get together and make a proper decision. So that's probably what I'm doing.
Okay, you have a fairly good amount of property and there's a lot of construction work going on. So you could assist in those efforts. They get started before the sun actually does rise.
Absolutely. Anything to waste some time and help out. And,
Okay, roll
Wait.
we'll say a charisma check.
Haven't used these gel pens enough.
you said charisma check?
Uh-huh.
Just roll a d20 and add your charisma modifier.
Oh, okay. That is 69.
Hooray, the magic number. Hey.
Yeah, shortly after dawn, there is another shipment of free quarried stone to help rebuild the wall that was damaged during the dragon strike. Means you're coming around the front to help unload. Means you're very much stronger than anyone else here. You can carry the whole haul with your telekinesis if you wanted to show off. But as you're walking around the front, you get within about 15 feet or so of where you saw the strange newcomer appear. And as the excuse me, the sun is just starting to rise, not directly in your face, but as it shines through this general area, you notice there's a jagged sliver about 7 feet tall that has a reddish tint.
Well, that's
You
That's
focus
right.
in on it and go to pay attention, you realize you activate your divine sense, you can detect abyssal energy from there. There is a rift that's mostly closed, but kind of cracked open, like somebody's got their foot in the door.
What? That's not good.
Nope, it's right in your front yard.
Okay, since I'm not sleeping and while this is all going on, can I be like following Dion from a distance because he's the only one that I have any like members or connection to because of the last name? So he's the one that I stick to the closest.
You want to stick to the paranoid paladin.
That is splendid.
only for the sole reason that due to
Not-
his last name, it's the only type of connection that
It-
I can make.
It's so perfect.
So I feel like he would give me, he'd be the way to find my answer as to what or who I'm supposed to protect.
Yeah, more than that though, just seeing how he interacts with his party members, he's definitely got an overprotective fatherly outlook on several of the people present. And you feel like you had a lot of those traits too. Even though you can't quite hammer down exactly who you were, you feel like you probably had a lot in common with this guy.
So I kind of just want to follow him at like a bit of a distance because I'm still unsure. But he's, like I say, he's the closest or the only connection I can make. So
Are you trying to be sneaky about it, or are you just like keeping a respectful distance and just watching?
no, not being sneaky about it, just kind of keeping a distance.
So that's been a thing all morning. You know,
You know, I probably noticed him, and I probably accepted. It gives me the opportunity to keep an eye on it, and yeah, if it's following me, I know it's not harming anybody.
Yeah, there does seem to be a different type of power growing from within the sword that he tripped over shortly after he appeared.
You said growing power.
It's demonic, but it's not Bestis's power. It's a different type of demonic signature.
And you say I noticed a rift.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to attempt to dispel magic.
No, that was my ride, dude.
Hey, roll a spell attack.
You might get lucky. Oh, spells. 69.
Your favorite number.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's been pretty consistent with those, hasn't he?
Yeah.
All right. Anything more? We'll throw that in there.
I have other means of transportating to the abyss. We probably won't be taken directly to him, but I'm gonna get there.
It's a rift in my yard. All right.
I mean, that's fair. It is. It is.
Okay. How safe was your respectful distance there, Rio? How far?
Hey, like 20, 30 feet away.
Okay, more so 20 or 30?
Probably 20. Like still closer.
Just close enough to be creepy?
Yeah, close enough to be creepy about it, yeah.
Okay, this paladin with all of his swagger and square jawedness very confidently notice an abyssal tear. You realize when he looks at it, you can see it too. And there's kind of a little bit of a pull towards it, but only now that you're looking at it, you feel like you're kind of sort of drawn to it, but it's not intense, so to speak. It's not very compelling.
And like I'd rather like fight against it, like not go towards it.
Right. So Dion very confidently mutters a prayer and waves his hand, and there's a very brilliant show of golden lights and then a massive explosion of hellfire. Everything within 20 feet from the portal, which since you're extra creepy, would be you two. Need a reflex or dexterity saving throw.
There you go.
Yeah, see, I caught myself. Dexterity saving throw, DC of 125 for half of 130 damage, fire related.
Oh, would that be me also?
Yeah, you're right there.
Okay.
So I'm gonna roll a d20 plus a dexterity modifier, correct?
Your dexterity saving throw modifier.
You said now. Keep in
17.
mind. Let's see. What is my aura's range? Was that aura is 30 feet, ain't it, or 10?
Or 10 feet. So it's just you.
I got a nat 20.
Alright.
Welcome to the game.
Right.
Wait a minute.
So it'd be with the modifier, it'd be 94.
Okay.
Nice.
Unfortunately, that is not enough.
It is not enough.
You'll take the full 130. Did we ever get him any con? or
Yeah,
Kev?
he's not dead.
enough.
Okay.
But yeah.
Don't like breathe on
He's probably having.
Okay, so wow, that is not impressive at all.
Hey, the
If he didn't make it, I certainly didn't make it because let's say yeah, 7. Yeah, mine it's like 65.
Ooh, 4 away from the magic number.
But I have iron reflexes, so I only take half damage regardless.
Mhm.
So how much damage did I take?
that would be 65. I said 130.
Mhm.
Okay, 65 damage.
That's you took a very sizable chunk of your max hit points, correct, Rio?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, as you're looking at this really creepy dead thing, most of the flesh was blasted off of its skeleton, but you can see the edges of the burnt flesh that remain start glowing blue and healing incredibly fast, like several inches per second of regenerated muscle and ligament tissue, and it just kind of undoes the damage more so than it heals it. It just everything regrows back.
Yeah, like, huh. I'm Wolverine.
There you go.
It's always a good skill.
Hey, do I hear that?
The explosion,
Yeah,
yes.
Because I'm not drinking.
Did
You
I
would-
hear it?
You would see him regrowing flesh as the smoke starts to clear. You get out there quickly enough, but you would hear it, and you would hear Cyclone Chico. That moves everything in the house. The shift of air pressure through the whole building. Jerk tables off of our plates off the table.
Waking up, I would like to point out that I did not heal the wound from the firebolt.
Okay, so
I let it scar.
that hurts.
Yeah.
If you didn't heal it, it's gnarly.
Yeah.
You need to tend to that.
Well, it's healed. It's no longer like the skin. It's a scar now.
Okay.
I healed it to scarification point
Okay.
on my leg as a reminder. And I'm ignoring whatever's happening. I sit up and I start scrying on Rasana. I start that ritual. It takes 10 minutes. But
Okay. You will overhear the rest of this outside. The slash in the middle of the air glows very angrily red for a moment, and you see glyphs of abyssal appear in the air. And it's kind of like the FBI warning at the beginning of a movie. It's a warning that you're in violation of terms and agreements, line such and such, subcode, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's
Oh my
Jargon.
God.
very intricate demonic legal jargon.
Does anybody else read Abyssal? Put your hand down. You're not doing it.
Indisposed.
Theon?
I
Okay,
don't think so.
I'm telling you what it says.
Rio,
Yes.
when you look at the glyphs, you realize you do understand them.
Okay.
It's a contingent gate. It's technically a two-way ticket. You are sent through with a marker, and the portal you go through remains sealed until you complete lines A, B, C, D, however many subsections are involved in your particular contract. And then the item that you took with you, which is pretty much an extraplanar beacon, will bring you and any designated targets for said goal back through the portal, and then it is sealed forever.
So can I say what the objectives are that I need to complete?
They are not in the sigils in the air, but now that you are close to it, you do notice on the outside of the chunk of metal, as if you were holding it through the brace, there are inscriptions on there that detail gathering Jiko and her companions and convince them to come and aid Vestas.
Okay.
Do I read that?
Can you read Abyssal?
Yes.
Then yes.
All right. I'm an abyssal creature.
I don't remember if you ever learned it or not.
It's on my character sheet.
Well, then, yeah. You could read the warning in the air around the portal. And since you've been in hardcore buffer mode and having girly talk all night, you're kind of taking it by the moment.
Oh, I am.
Like
Trust me.
he's reaching back.
And yeah,
So
yeah, fully noted.
those are the only parameters there, is to gather Jiko and her companions and convince them to come and aid him.
Gotcha.
All right, so like I said, Theon, this is my portal to get Vestas back. That's happening. You could go to the swamp and take Gildred and clear our deal with them while I go rescue my sword.
Okay, so well, that can I interrupt that and then be like, I remember one more aspect as the area that I was in, which is a battle, and explaining how there was large amounts of like metal and just like a war, like an entire war zone where I couldn't tell who was fighting or what was going on or who was even winning.
I'm going.
You're going where?
You know where. I'm going through that portal.
You're going through that portal without knowing anything. You're just going to go through the portal without any details as to where to go or where you'll end up or whether you can get back.
Oh, I can get back. I can walk through the abyss. I can teleport through the abyss and back. That's why I keep telling you that me and Vestas are so much alike.
So why didn't you do that before this rift appeared?
Trying to get this fixed, and I point my nub at you.
How effective do you think you'd be over there with unknown possibilities and enemies at your throat? If there's a war, believe you would fare well by yourself? I mean, it's not an.
I don't have to go alone. I believe Aurora would go with me if I asked her.
So you would put one of an entire group in danger instead of getting more information, making plans.
What's here?
Can I interrupt? What would it take for the entire group to join us back to the abyss?
I don't think
There is a battle going on, and I do not expect
this is the thing.
Dion
Dion's
of us to
made
be
a
able
promise.
to make it there and back.
You're all startled very briefly as a biscuit with butter splashing off of it bounces off the side of Jiko's head. And you hear Mikiko's voice as she's talking around a mouth of a like biscuit. Says, I'm in just for the laughs. That'll go great for my reputation too.
Hey, I would love to have a ninja at my side.
Who wouldn't? We're awesome.
We gotta get my arm fixed though, so it might be a little bit.
It seems Chico has forgotten about Talia. Screw you, Chico. Screw you.
Looking at Makiko, I'm like, and I don't mean to be rude, but who are you again?
You know what, Chico? And I stretch and crack my knuckles. And like, you know what? Why not? Let's take a trip to the abyss. Let's sure. Let's go. There's enough for you running off on your own in dangerous missions if we're all going to make a irrational decision. Let's go. Why not? I'd like the opportunity for you to learn yet another lesson
Okay.
by glancing down at her arm.
All right, we're going to hop over to.
I was being very sarcastic when I said that, by the way, too, but very serious.
Yeah, Talia, we will have a private discussion as to all of the black market goodies you were privy to over here as you
Okay.
throughout your night in the casino. For general dice mechanics, though, any bluff or deception or persuasion type checks made concerning the ruling bodies in Bantu Colleen, you can make with advantage. Just due to the you've heard some stuff. Quite a
And
bit.
with my keen mind, I'll remember it all.
Most importantly to the issues at hand, though, you did overhear Jack bragging about having a very special prisoner rotting at the, excuse me, rotting in a guild cave, waiting for them to go retrieve her. Now they were going to let her sit in there and rot for a while. As near as you can tell, the bounty was over a bet.
Okay.
Apparently, Prasanna bragged about how no one could catch her if she was trying to hide. And Jack thought it would be funny to put that to the test.
During this time, can I use my parrot skill and my ventriloquist skill to retell Jack's conversation with Prasanna about pulling a scan and everything? Just her words, like literally as if they're coming from her mouth.
Like in his ear right now?
Like literally like out loud around Jack.
Okay. You can do that.
Because parrot is mimic exact notes and words of.
Yeah, you can parrot her speech patterns. So you actually you spend a lot of time with her, so that would be doable for you.
But no, it's the actual conversation of what she had with Prasanna, but only her side, not Prasanna's side. And then just ventriloquist, so it's next to Jack.
Okay.
Just to see if I get a reaction.
Okay, for the room at large, it goes unnoticed by the wash of the crowd. However, Jack does seem to perk up for a second. She looks around. And, as soon as she relaxes and goes back to reach for a drink, you start to mutter in her ear a second time, and she stands up very quickly, knocks over a drink, blames a girl that was sitting with her for the accident, and very abruptly makes excuses to leave. And you notice Kaiju, who had been not too far, but believe it or not, blending in
Mm-hmm.
as much as he would normally stand out. He was kind of melting into the background.
Yeah. I will follow Jack.
Jack heads right back out into the street, appears to stumble around for less than a half a block before very gracefully stepping into the shadows behind the building.
Okay. Still stay on track of her.
You hear a bit of a stumble and cursing, or Jack actually does trip over something. You poke your head around to look. You realize that you took a little too long to close the distance. She's crouching down and jumps. And you remember I showed you the pictures. Her boots are very large and exaggerated.
Mm-hmm.
She could actually uses magical devices in there to propel herself with steam in and out of water. It doesn't allow for true flight, but she can get a little bit of a jetpack boost. She does so, jumps up into the air and
Okay. Well, I will jump up after her onto the roof, so I can still keep a sight of her and follow her. I think it's 500 feet that I can jump.
through
Roughly.
shadows, or with the jumping power.
Yeah, my jumping power.
Roll stealth for me 3 times.
Right, that's one. Okay. The highest I got was a 16. The lowest I got was a 4, but obviously. So my lowest was 161.
Okay. You do not seem to be noticed by Jack. Seems to be focused, dead set. Her path isn't very direct. She goes 3 or 4 jumps, going pretty much due north, and then cuts back to the east, does a roundabout, clearly taking extra measures to avoid being tailed,
Mm-hmm.
but does not notice that you are back there still. Ends
Like a
up,
grasshopper.
oddly enough, she comes to a stop 1 street over from the Church of Om. As you settle on the rooftop, she sneaks in through a window down into a cellar beneath an apparently abandoned house. From the rooftop that you're standing on watching, you can look down and see, the little window, almost looks like a gutter that Jack crawled through. You turn and look up the other way and you see the massive side of this stone church. Oddly enough, you see Gildred's face peering out from a window up on the 3rd floor. And you can roll a perception check.
Okay. Like a normal roll.
The D20 plus your perception, Mike.
Wisdom plus 82. 92.
Okay. You don't see anything, but to your connection to the animals and things in general vicinity, you're able to sense that there's someone on a rooftop, not very far from you.
I will jump down to the gutter and peer inside.
You do notice a shadow sweep over the roof. Generally watching. You can't tell if it's a person or a large animal, but you pick up a little bit of movement. There's something down there. A surprisingly sturdy iron grate. It doesn't seem to show any signs of wear or dirt or rust whatsoever. Even
Okay.
the surrounding framework of it is very worn. Has a pretty dark patina on it. The gate itself looks like it may have been installed as much as a day or two ago.
I'll try and open it as quietly as possible in a way.
It is definitely locked.
All right, shadow step through.
I just step through the shadows.
Yeah.
Right. Roll.
It's a shame.
I believe it's a Constitution saving throw.
Oh dear. That's my lowest ones.
That's not what you'd like to hear.
Yeah, no, it's not a good one. No. $32.
Okay. When you stick your fingers through the grates, you don't feel any resistance until the moment you try to slip from one plane to the next and become partially shadow. As soon as your form becomes immaterial, you start to feel a gradually increasing resistance, almost like a magnet of the opposite polarity on the other side. As soon as you become insubstantial, you feel something physically pushing you back, preventing you from going down beneath it.
Oh, she's got it guarded against you.
Fuck it. I'm gonna grab the gate and try and pull it off its hinges,
Okay. Go
which
for that.
means I do become visible, but
Yeah.
104. If it's a strength, then
Yeah, it would be athletics.
oh, okay, then that's more.
Hmm.
136.
Um, 43 points of electric damage, and you hear
I'm resistant to lightning, so that would be halved.
18.
Yeah.
And then it doesn't snap completely off, but you feel the magic that was associated with it discharge, and the metal immediately becomes a little dull, and you do see extensive damage to the hinge. It just didn't snap completely off at the first tug. The magic was able to hold it kind of sort of together. The big issue is how much noise that caused. You can hear shouts from guards coming from several different directions. Your ears are still ringing, even without the thunderous retort of magical discharge. The sound the metal made was pretty excruciating too.
I'll try and pull it off again.
Roll.
Yeah, same again. 136.
Okay, it snaps off almost too easily. You kind of let go and pitch it over your shoulder. You see a metal grate just kind of still going up right past your window. You look down, you do recognize Talia.
Okay.
About to dive into a dark hole, I assume?
Yes.
That.
I'm gonna.
It's gonna be like, and I killed Talia.
Please. Found out important information and Talia's trying to get tipped off if she knows anyway.
Anyways, you're not good.
I know. I am.
Yeah, shush, Aurora.
No. I'm
I'm trying to boss the whole situation.
I hear pigeons.
No, no pigeons. Birds are evil.
Okay, back at the manor. Now that we've established what's going on with the big portal, are you guys going to address that right now or do anything with it, or just gonna be like, yeah, there's a portal to this right here? And, and keep laying.
Oh, as I was saying, I've neglected to go on one of your great wise adventures, Jico. I'm ready to go to the abyssal realm with you.
All right, you're ready.
The it's a great idea, don't you think? I'm being very sarcastic, and I'm bad at it too. I'm terrible at it. Uh,
And not able to sense the sarcasm. I'm like, great. Now, what?
Okay, you've had your 10 minutes
Mhm.
to cast your spell. You're trying to scry persona.
Yeah.
You cannot see her directly,
Okay.
but you can see where she is. You don't recognize the building directly, but as you zoom in with the divination magic, it is clearly a guild house. Very prestigious. It's a large manor. Not sure what it was initially, but it's very, very big property. A lot of people milling about.
Okay. I'm gonna surprise over. I send a message to Brasana, or try to. Help is on the way. Hang in there.
Okay, to your surprise, instead of no response, you get a garbled, scrambled response.
Okay, so it's messing, it's interfering. Okay. But she hurt me. That's fine. I'm gonna go find the others.
We are standing by a rift in the middle of the yard.
And frazzled, I would have forgotten to put my disguise on.
I'm going to tell you.
as soon as Aurora gets there, I'm like, Aurora, it is great you are here. We have decided to go to the abyssal realm. It is
Okay, first,
I broke Dion.
you broke Dion. Okay, that's impressive. But I was gonna say, Rio, so you see, well, you haven't seen this person before yet. It's a relatively short, some sort of fey being because of the pointed ears, long blonde hair, striking emerald green eyes, barely any clothes on, and a very noticeable star tattoo here on her chest, which currently has red cosmic energy surging through it. But probably the most beautiful woman you've ever seen in your life.
Like beauty to the point that you would probably assume this was a divine being of some sort.
It brings a tear to your eye.
You fall to your knees and cry.
she's average. We see her all the time.
So I know where Persona is, sort of, kind of. I know what the building looks like. There's a lot of people around there, though.
How long do you think this rift is going to stay open?
I don't know, but my girlfriend is currently in danger.
Interrupting. It's like, well, that sounds like a lot of maybes, and there's one certainty right there.
I'm not going
Pointing
in
at the rift.
Persona in jail. If it's anything like the jail cell I was in for just a couple hours, I can't imagine leaving her there.
All right, so we're breaking somebody out of jail.
Yeah?
All right, I'm in it.
Cool. Oh, and I pull my amulet out. It's like, okay.
I completely pretend I didn't hear that, and I just I'm like I'm gonna try and close this rift. Is what I'm gonna do.
All of you guys present can roll perception. You definitely hear it.
Oh yeah. 18.
17.
Roll an 18 also.
I don't ever hear anything.
You're staring at the rift.
That's a 50.
There. He needs me.
I rolled 50.
Okay, you hear what sounds like an electrical discharge, but it's very far away. You're kind of surprised you heard it at all. When you turn to look over your shoulder, there is a plume of dust still spreading up into the air from behind the church. You know the church
Mhm.
that Gildred was at, and you see a glint of something metal disappearing up into the sky.
Is that something we need to work on? I pointed out to Chico.
Wanna go there? Not really. You want me to go there? Right.
Okay. The church is very, very easy to find, and from where you guys are, there's some very direct routes to get there, and you only have to turn a couple of times.
Okay,
You're there in like within a combat round.
all right.
Um,
Got your back, Tally.
okay, rewind just a sec.
Oh yeah.
You definitely see Talia obviously about to jump down into a hole about 15, maybe 20 feet below you.
Okay. I'm gonna into the hallway. If there's one,
Mhm.
I'm gonna let me see what it is.
He's gonna do something crazy.
Teleports all of us to the
I'm
abyss.
gonna turn into a giant snake and slither into the hole. That's a good idea, man. I'm trying to give you some ideas here.
It wasn't exactly what I was thinking of, but
He's gonna go for it.
That sounds pretty fun.
That sounds awesome.
That sounds amazing.
Out of character, I have to say my son told me before this session happened that there was no way I could ever convince his character to go to the abyss with us.
He did say that. I think he was serious
We
too.
go to bed. Oh, hush.
So we have to trick his character into going into the abyss. Got it.
There is many ways to deal with decisions.
I don't know if I wanted to do what I was gonna do.
Giant snake, do it.
Go on, risk it for a biscuit or a cookie.
Do it.
Do it.
It does sound pretty fun. I'm not even gonna lie.
No, that's what-
Go on, Gildred. Risk it. Do what you were gonna do.
I am. I'm gonna be scared.
All right,
Use that bestiary.
what are you gonna do?
I'm gonna do some watching.
Okay, and it's okay if what you were gonna do is exactly what Dion said.
Yeah. What kind of snake do you want to be? Obviously, giant is in there.
Anaconda.
There we go, an anaconda. That won't scare anybody.
A water anaconda. It's a giant water serpent.
I guess I'll turn into a python.
Okay. What size class can you go up to? Is he up to-
So what color python?
I mean, it's based on challenge rating, not size.
Okay. Right, Talia,
Mm-hmm.
not hard to hear this coming going down the side of a church as it is, but you look over your shoulder and sure as shit, there is a massive python. The head, the jaws could probably open wide enough to swallow you whole. You see at least 15 feet of it coming out of this window. You do recognize it as the same window that you saw Gildred in earlier.
While jumping down, I will turn, look at Gildred and say, I found Jack, tell the others whilst jumping down.
Chico pops up. In the cloud of chaos as per the usual. That you should stop and go meep meep every time you do that.
So
Yeah, you see a massive python coming out of a window.
Hi.
Oh, okay. Hey, Gildred.
So Talia found Captain Jack.
Okay, can you message that to Aurora?
You have a message?
I don't know.
Where's your picture?
Is it a cantrip?
Yeah, but he has to have chosen it.
He's chosen it.
Mhm.
It's on the back of that.
I'll
Well, message is 120 feet. I'm not within 120 feet.
Oh, curses.
I have sending, that's how I get to message.
Oh, well. I don't know if he has sending.
I don't think so.
She cheated to get it.
Well,
I didn't cheat.
I think 99% of the D&D.
Oh, you lost the phone.
Everything's awesome.
turn into a koala and fly yourself to the manor and tell them to come back here.
hold on. Let me. How do you spell that? I just want
Koala.
to spell.
COUATLY.
Oh,
Nope. Why did I say Y? It's not the L.
okay.
COUATL.
You can munch on those chips if you want to, baby. I'm busy right now. I can't make you anything right now.
Wow. Language was taking a long time ago.
Considering that a coatl is pretty much what you already are with wings, you could roll a spell attack to try and manifest your own wings through this form, because you have natural wings, remember?
But before you do that, I am zooming into the tunnel.
Okay. You hit a roadblock shaped like Talia.
Oh, God. Hey, hi.
Not a two-way street. It's a single lane. Very cramped.
All right, so we're cramped in here together and I'm like this.
Yeah, there's Jico up your butt.
What's up?
Wasn't there a second ago, but it's there now.
Well, that was quick.
Duh.
Where's the others?
I got here before the messenger.
Maybe you should go get the others, and I'll see you further down the tunnel, and I'll walk off.
Okay. Instead of letting me by first.
No.
You have to crawl through.
Oh, okay. I get it now. All right, so back up the tunnel. Out the tunnel to the manor.
What is it? A spell save?
You're just gonna roll D20 and add your
Spell
spell attack modifier.
Okay.
It's pretty much an attempt to use your powers, do a little extra.
Also, as soon as I've spoken to her, I would like to cast invisibility again.
Okay.
Hmm.
So when she goes to dash back in there, it's going to look clear.
I know it is.
Oh, this is gonna end badly for us.
Yes, that was a great move.
92.
No problem.
Also, I'll shadow step further down the tunnel. Speed me up a bit.
Yeah. You notice that it goes on considerably longer than you would have expected. And you do come to an opening that is clearly the end of the line. It drops down into a silent room that seems to be lit by a candle or a small lantern of some sort. You can't see what the actual light source is from the current angle.
Just one thing.
Mhm.
When I spread my wings, do I still go 100 miles per hour?
Is that what your flight speed is?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So you could go back to the manor.
I try and sneak in the room even though I'm invisible.
Roll a stealth check for posterity's sake.
I rolled an 18.
Okay. Jico took off. Gildred comes back airborne nearly as fast. Like maybe 12, 13 seconds later.
So what was it?
Did you come back?
Yeah.
Okay. Gildred comes back like hot on your heels.
Oh, cool. Hi. So Talia found Jeff. You want to go?
Much as the answer is yes, I feel like this is the perfect time to go get Rosanna. Jack's not looking for her.
Okay. Let's do that.
Okay.
Where?
The guild hall somewhere in the middle of the city.
You know I go really fast, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
I just need to see it and then I can point it out to you.
Okay, get on my back.
Okay.
Hey, Darth Fami. Thanks for the follow.
Rio, you want to go break someone out of jail?
I don't think he heard you.
No, I don't think he did.
Do you want to go with us, Rio?
Break someone out of jail?
Sure.
Then we'll go to the abyss afterwards.
Yeah, immediately afterwards.
Okay, as long as we go back to the abyss.
Of course. Yeah, no, that's the next plan.
Then I will join you.
Dion, you're gonna stay here and pretend we're not doing this?
I'll just glare and walk away.
Okay, I think we made you guys.
Of course he does.
Where's Makiko? Makiko still there?
She does, but since no one else reacts, she doesn't actually act on it. And you notice she reaches for the hilt of the blade at her waist. But she kind of takes in the fact that no one else seems to be bothered and they just kind of talk to you and it settles back in.
Well, Makiko, you want to make yourself useful and help us break the person you put in jail out of jail? I'll pay you the bounty you were supposed to get.
There's an easier way to do that.
Now,
Go bribe the bailiff. How do you think Jack got the bounty in the first place?
how much are we talking that's gonna be necessary to bribe this person?
Well, my cut was 2,000 gold paid in uncut rubies.
Okay.
More than that. It can't be that much more. Consider the source.
Yeah, we've got that covered.
Okay.
That's a drop in the bucket.
I can convince someone to do whatever I want them to.
Well, with that attitude and a sack full of coin, I don't see any problem with just walking right in, buying her back.
So, but see, I remember you also talking about the fact that certain places would be able to see through this disguise. Is this one of those places, one of these guild halls, would they have protections against disguises?
I mean, for some, it doesn't catch them all.
Gotta catch you.
I guess we're gonna risk it.
I do
Okay.
have 400,000 gold and 10,000 platinum.
I've got a lot of gold. I'm fine.
Yeah, we've got the money for it.
Yeah. All right. So Center Town, and I'll figure out which guild hall it is. All right. Although I can kind of guess which one it might be.
Let's do it. I grab her and woof. Oh wait, I gotta grab her Kiko too. Okay, you on my back and
I have a
carry you
pocket
like a
dimension.
baby.
Please.
And the treetop.
Sure, why not?
All right, I only got the nub though, so
Oh, we need to fix that.
yeah.
You do remember Guild
That.
Gildred
I
is
just
there
wanted
as well.
the star medal.
I do want the star medal.
I can go back. Put it back
All right.
on.
No, that should hurt.
What are you doing while they're arguing?
There was no arguing.
How long would it take you to make the star medal?
I'll look back in the direction of the church, take a deep breath, spread my wings, and fly back over to the church.
You can do it in my pocket dimension.
Go back into
It'll
the
take you a couple minutes.
Into the crawl space.
in the little area that Talia went.
Okay.
I'll hide my wings.
I'm gonna go into my pocket dimension. So Rio, you watch as I grasp a medical syringe that's around my neck. And then in front of me, a blue and green portal just opens. And it, and a lion and snow leopard come bounding out of it.
And I have to give the snow leopard much kisses, very many stretches, lots of love. I'm sorry, baby. I didn't mean to keep you in there forever and ever and ever. And it topples me over and licks my face.
Yeah.
You notice the snow leopard has patches and fairly symmetrical placements on the parts of its body where there appear to be metallic scales that are silver to purple. And the lion is loosely applied to a massive cat, about the size of a horse shaped like a lion.
I just tell Borealis, not now, I'm busy. Just keep walking, and I'm going to go collect all the pieces I need.
Yeah, I'm just confused as to what's going on. I'm like,
That's general.
what?
You're learning something every minute.
I'm just gonna go collect the pieces I need for Chico's arm.
Now, peering through the portal as she does so, you see what is clearly some sort of fantasy, just paradise. There's shining motes of magic drifting in the air, a big, huge pond. You can smell the water and hear crickets and frogs chirping. And the trees have random metal doodads growing from them. It's something straight out of a dreamscape.
Something I just wanted to point out, but I don't know.
Of the massive octopus.
Yeah.
Yeah, that too.
Yeah, so collect all the pieces of Chico's arm that I'm going to need. Usher the cats back inside.
I give Kauai kisses again. I say, I'll be back, I promise.
Kauai is doing her head's too heavy to lift off your lap game.
You might have to hold her for a few minutes. Let me go make your arm real quick.
I'll keep her out.
Yeah,
I'll keep her
spend
out.
time with her. I'll You're going to watch as the giant lion shrinks down into a size of a stuffed animal, and I pick him up and put him on my shoulder. Okay, your pocket dimension.
I open up this little bitty bag. It's about this big, but when I open up the wooden handle, it opens up like this and a portal opens.
This is a fast one, right? It's only gonna take a couple minutes.
There's 4 chambers in there. There's a fast one, a slow one, and a normal one.
I need fast.
Okay. Go left.
Okay. I'm headed to her fast timed up, and I'm going to make her arm, which with her sped up time should only take 5 to 10 minutes.
Okay.
So you guys just gotta chill for a little bit.
No more pointing my nose at y'all.
So that leaves you standing there with Dion.
She's out there still.
Yeah, I'm still out here. I've got a big
Oh.
Kauai in my lap and
I thought you went in with her.
no.
Okay. You need to be there for the last part.
Oh,
Have
okay.
it actually attached and attuned magically.
No.
Oh, okay. Well,
Then yeah, you can come with me. It's just them 3.
I'll leave Kauai out for a little bit, unless she's coming with me. What's Kauai want to do?
She wants to stay with Mom.
Oh, okay. Then Kauai's coming
Period.
with mommy.
Like she hasn't gotten over her separation anxiety enough to notice the new people yet.
All right, cool.
Oh, and Rio did this one thing. You see. Is it okay if I just start making my hands fall?
But right now,
Like what is happening before I do what I said I was gonna do?
I suppose. So you already left and went back to the tunnel.
I know, but I want to describe what
It's okay, speak up.
what I wanted to do is describe what happened before I went over. But
Hey, thanks for the bit, Sammy.
No, that's not you.
No.
Okay. So, you see a giant snake or python with dragon-like wings.
As opposed to the feathered wings of a koala.
I'm assuming, I'm
And
assuming Ryu has never seen one of these before, right?
Nope, nobody's seen one of these specifically. He's kind of making it up as he goes.
That's incredible.
and you see it fly in the air and just zoom off.
He is incredibly fast in the air, possibly as fast as the Oni is on foot.
Just shocked. I'm like, what is that?
We're not there. That's up to you, Dion.
It's a friend.
Makiko claps. That's a good one. I was going to say that the druid, but I don't think that's really accurate anymore, is it? It looks like he hasn't changed a bit.
Yeah.
She still says that.
Oh, never a dull moment. I can tell you that.
And as you say that, you look around and it's pretty dull. The workers have gone back to work. There's a bunch of nothing happening right now.
Your timing is impeccable.
You guys, at least. I need stealth checks from you. 2 of them, please. 2 perception checks from you, Talia.
Oh, yes. One was a 17, the other was a natural 20.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Dexterity, yeah, I'm not good at dexterity.
This is so beautiful.
So it would be 55 on the 20, 53, 52 on the 17. But yeah, my first natural 20 in both campaigns, I think.
17 plus 13. What's that? 30. 20 plus 13 equals 25.
30 and 25.
I didn't realize I was muted. But yeah, I was saying that my first roll in this game was a natural 20, and the majority of my health was still gone.
Yeah, you've missed the work your way to the top and know which ability scores to cover part of the game. That's been the last 2.5 years or so. We'll get you up to snuff though.
I did it. I finished my drawing.
Yeah.
What were you drawing this entire time?
Her bestest fan art. She's a little
Uh,
character tonight.
Chico loves Bestis.
Yeah, like I said, proper fangirl.
I am.
So I got a 30 and a 25.
Okay, you hear it coming just barely. You hear the slight sound of claws dragging across the stone as a winged serpent, very similar to the one that you saw coming out of the window, makes its way through the tunnel to you. You had just gotten out of the tunnel. When you look down into the room, directly beneath you, it was maybe 15 by 10 foot across, full of mostly storage bins, but it looks like sacks of straw piled up in the middle of the floor. directly beneath the opening, and there is a small lantern off to the side, about half full of oil. And then
Okay.
a closed doorway that doesn't appear to have a lock. Appears to be pretty shoddy. Hinges aren't exactly straight.
Mm, I'm probably going to regret this, but I'll go into the room as stealthily as possible. I've already rolled that. And there's no one in the room, right?
Aside from the druid hot on your tracks, no.
I'll go to the door and try and open it.
As you stop to take a listen, you see, to verify there's no one else around, you do hear the sound of running water.
Okay. Is there like a gated part of the door or just a solid door?
It's a really shoddy wooden door. There's not even a keyhole, it's a very simple doorknob.
Mm-hmm. Can I try and open it stealthily?
Stealthily would be an issue. Looking at it, you expect it to squeak. The hinges are in such bad repair. They're very rusty and not even bolted all the way up against the stone. They're definitely going to move when you go to open the door.
Let me just see if I can deal with that. I thought I could. I thought I was able to do something. No, that's fine. Okay.
You're gonna open it anyway?
No, I'm gonna open it anyway.
All right. It's not as ungodfully bad as you expected, but it does make considerable commotion since there's otherwise very quiet in the room. The sound of water running does get louder. You notice that this is a direct connection to the sewage system for the city. And what you're seeing is wastewater flowing fairly quickly in a 2 foot wide channel in the middle of the floor of a 5 foot wide corridor, as it were.
Right.
There's the water just flows down through the middle. You see several vermin, nothing that you would be immediately worried about. Some spiders that may be bigger than you like, but nothing that isn't small enough to scamper away from you when you make an appearance.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any tracks or anything like that?
Okay, roll survival check.
Oh, survival check.
That'd be another thing that Chico can't do, even though she's a ranger.
So I rolled a 20 on my last roll, and this roll is a natural one.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Hey. Yeah.
Karma, take it from karma, bring it.
I just wanted to give you a taste of both ends of the spectrum.
Yeah.
You follow the water through a series of twists and turns. There's fairly fresh scrape in the mud on either side that you were assuming are from the soles of Jack's metal boots. You follow them for a while, a couple of assumed wrong turns, and you're down here with her as well.
I'll follow her.
You notice a slight change in the architecture. And then as you're following the water, you notice a specific area. It's after its transition from more modern stonework to something clearly much older. You actually notice a few pictographs on the walls here and there. Not as much as you would expect from like the Felician runes in the other game, but a very, very old pictograph language. You'd have to swear you could sense a little bit of ambient magic. And then as you're following the water looking for these tracks, you notice there is a point where there's a shimmering line of green light going through the water, and the water coming out the other side looks clean. Like there's some sort of magical barrier filtering out toxins, cleaning the water somewhere. But doesn't seem to extend above the surface of the water at all. You want to pull a Jico and stick your finger in it and see what happens?
Hell no. I ain't that foolish.
I am. I totally would. I
If you have
totally
a blade, you can like stick a blade in it or something, like the tip of a blade or whatever.
Hell no, that's my blade. And also bearing in mind, I am still invisible.
I'll use. Can I use my iron power in a wild shape?
Mhm.
I'm
Yeah, you
gonna.
get the feats that allow you to do pretty much everything in wild shape. You can talk and cast spells and all that stuff.
I'm gonna get a tiny piece of like stone or something.
You know, the entire architecture that you're surrounded with is stone. And you're beneath the ground, so plenty of that on tap.
Dip it in the sewage water.
It's his blade.
Okay. On the one side of the filter,
Nothing we could do.
the dirty water before it goes through the green barrier.
Mhm.
Okay. The water at this point it is pretty gross. There's quite a bit of buildup, and then you can see chunks of algae and other detritus that have broken loose further upstream, like hit it and kind of gain purchase and stick to it a little bit, and then the stone immediately starts to become filthy.
I'm gonna get another piece of stone and pass it through the barrier and see what happens.
When you pass it through the barrier, any part that goes from the very lip of the stone, they say the stone would be a flat surface going across the area cut out. The barrier seems to stop just beneath where the lip of it would be. Like if it was completely full, the water level would be just a little bit above it. But as the stone passes through it, you just kind of toss it through.
I just like slightly move it slowly across the barrier.
Okay, you push it slowly. It starts to accumulate the filth and rubbish like the other one did. But as you push it through, any part of it that touches that barrier just disappears. And you poke at it a little bit more, and you can see chunks of it that'll stick to one side of the rock and then whip around through the current of the water. And as it whips around through that green field, it just disappears.
I
Now,
had restless legs.
you come to a stopping point in the exploration. You go forward another 20 feet, and it opens up into a massive chamber, or just a huge cistern. The architecture down here appears to be incredibly old, and you can see little flashes of green light through like dozens of other portals scattered around the room. It seems to be a vaguely spherical shape, but very, very large, easily 100 yards across. And like I said, dozens of other portals, just like the one you're standing in, several layers above and below, going all the way around the room with water, very clear water going down to depths that are difficult to determine. You can see all the way to the bottom, but based on the size of the openings up here, and it's got to be at least 150 feet or so to the bottom.
Okay.
And Jack's trail goes dead here. But you are reminded immediately of Jack's reputation of surviving shipwrecks, and you know the secret to that is her armor allows her to swim with the sharks, as her expression is. And she allows her to breathe underwater, and she is very fast and maneuverable in the water.
I'll go for a swim then. And just swan dive.
Sorry. Pulling a me.
Yeah.
Okay, you are there. He dives into the water. Are you going to dive into?
First,
Transforms into a koi fish.
before I just dive in as a snake, I want to transform into something else. So,
Fine. Snakes can swim very well.
Water serpent.
They're very, very good at swimming.
then I'll go.
And you have an advantage other snakes don't. You can use spells to breathe water and stuff. So you don't necessarily need to change form. You'd be very maneuverable, especially with the wings. My coffee is almost on empty, and It is now midnight. We'll take another short break here, stretch some legs, and figure out how we're gonna get everybody together at this point.
Well, if Tasha could stop leaving everybody, that would be step number one.
It's gonna be hard to keep me out of any of this now.
Persona first. Guys, this was step one on our to-do list, and we've just completely ignored it. And literally every
Excuse
step
me.
wasn't on the to-do list.
Excuse me. I am on the trail.
You're not though.
Okay.
We are.
So-
I am. Because I'm
To be
I
fair,
was doing the search for Jack to maybe hopefully find Brasano, which is why I haven't attacked Jack yet. Which is why I'm still just following Jack.
to be fair, all Aurora gave us is a bunch of maybes, and that's it.
Yes. Yes.
So you gave us absolutely nothing to go off of to be like, yeah, let's follow you. Let's
I went for the last person.
like
that
not
was
a
seen
single
with her.
like
To be fair though,
hard,
all you
not
get
a
is
single hard
nothing.
fact. Just nothing but
Excuse me?
maybes.
I have done nothing. I have found information. Thank you very much.
You're
What have you found?
way more
Maybe.
Yeah.
detail than you usually have to
I
commit
know.
before people are like, okay, fine.
I know, way more information than we normally have for our plans.
I had so many. So that I had, I wanted to conversate when everybody woke up and everybody was together. But there's a giant rift in my yard, and
I go through.
nobody seems to be alarmed.
Dion
giant
is like
rift.
the old man with his
And-
yards.
Yeah.
Like, get off my lawn.
I'm
Say
like,
rah.
It's getting late.
just
I'll be good to go for a bit longer. I do need to stretch my legs and pee. I think we're out of
Yeah,
coffee.
same. I need to stretch my legs and have a cigarette.
Are there still people watching us?
Yes.
Oh,
Very cool. Well, I hope
Don't do anything you'll regret.
Oh, we regret everything we do.
yeah.
Okay, let me.
I was gonna say,
Don't do
I-
anything you don't want to see. You don't want other people to see. How about that?
Oh.
So I should take
I'm
off the
recording
black
all this
tape.
today, right? I think.
Yeah, it's still recording.
Yep, I'm recording.
RB, should I take off the black tape then?
Off the black. You know, you kept your shirt on, so
Yeah, I even put my hoodie on as well. I was like, oh no, this is a Marvel t-shirt. I best cover it.
Oh, I hate this.
I am
Everything's going wrong.
I'm definitely loving the connection with Rio and Dion here.
Yes.
Yes.
They are definitely bonding. I love it.
Yeah.
No. You think like Rio thinks he's bonding with Dion. Dion is just very cautious of the new dead guy.
Yeah, there's just some random soul that appears looking for Chico.
Yeah, it's fine. We all trust you immediately.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We all have problems.
Most people that
That's
that
the
look
stuff like
with
that.
Chico are not great.
You have problems.
Hey. But it's bestest, man.
Uh-huh. Oh. Why are you still with him?
While everything's going on, there's so like poor Rio here that has no idea what the hell is going on.
And no one's
Or-
explaining anything. It's crazy.
He's a complete blank slate here.
But yeah, so we both have familiars basically that are soul bonded to us. So I have my lion Borealis and she has her snow leopard Kauai. And they're usually in my pocket dimension, and when they get out, they don't like to go back in. So, but I rescued Borealis from a mad scientist lab. He was being experimented on, that's why he's so big.
And I saved Kauai, which means cute, because Oni, they don't have names. So they name themselves after self-disciplines and I can't think of the other word, but so I named her cute because that's what she is.
We saved her as a kitten when we were kids.
Yes, we saved her with star metal that we didn't know was star metal. And saved her life, but made her mother not want her anymore.
Yeah, we did do that.
I was looking through my feeds, and Tower of Iron Will is pretty good.
It's a fun one.
Yeah,
Basically, yeah. If I see anybody within 30 feet or myself fail a saving throw, I can roll a psionic talent die and add it to whoever failed its total to potentially cause it to succeed.
See, now, in this system, since most 5e mechanics end up becoming useless past level 4, instead of just using the psionic die, you would also add your intelligence modifier to the die result and give them that as a bonus.
Oh, jeez.
The same applies to like bardic inspiration.
Yeah.
Aurora is a bard, and when she gives you inspiration, it's not going to be like 3 or 4. It's going to be 80 something.
Nice.
Okay,
I'm just over here like translating words into Japanese for the Oni's name. Trying to see what sounds cool. I forgot I still have to create the Oni character
yeah.
for next week. Yeah.
Well, I still need to talk to you about that. Do you want to play Odiaka? That way you don't have to come up with the backstory. I just got to tell you your backstory.
I would need more info on who that is.
Odiaka is the retired crime lord of the entire city that y'all live in.
Then yes, I'm down.
What did I miss?
You said crime lord, and I was already in.
And he's already known to the party. We've worked with him in the past, so it'd be easy to get you in.
So Ryu, other than having no clue what the hell is going on, is gonna be my good character, and then the Oni was gonna be the kind of on edge character.
Perfect. The other party has lots of mental issues and are either
Perfect.
evil or
Hey.
morally gray.
I feel my character is perfectly
You
mental.
have 4 personalities. I'm sorry.
3.
Oh, sorry, 3 now.
1 is gone.
Yeah, 3 now.
Wait, what?
He has multiple personalities that he switches between. He rolls his die to see which personality he's playing that day.
I'm gonna need you to have a different voice for each one.
I do.
Okay, good.
Oh yeah, next week you'll see both me and him attempt accents. We're sorry to anyone we might offend with those accents.
I'm not sorry.
Okay, I'm sorry.
What accents are you gonna attempt?
So Lilith has a posh British accent that sometimes becomes Irish. Not on purpose, but just happens.
And I have a Southern American accent. I have a British accent.
Which accents?
And I have
Yeah, you just swap them. Just copy. Just mimic Savvy, and then you got it.
That's literally how we start the game. She was like, "Oh, do you mind just talking a little bit?" Oh yeah, sure.
Yeah,
So
like-
do you want to posh it up a bit? And I also have a creepy Gollum style British accent as well from one of my other personalities.
So I took 3 years of acting and honors acting and AP acting in high school.
I didn't have-
Accents are the bane of my existence.
Is that I'm really good at copying accents. So when someone else is doing an accent, I try to copy theirs instead of doing my own. That's the issue I have.
And so growing up, I used to copy people's speech patterns and how they spoke. So now it happens without me realizing it. To where if I'm ever having a one-on-one conversation with somebody in person, I start sounding exactly like that person.
Mm.
Oh yeah.
I do that with random voices I've heard, like Consuelo and all that.
Yeah, so I was like on the phone talking to a customer who has a very thick Puerto Rican accent. And I speak Spanish, so I was speaking to him Spanish like I normally would. But then I realized I was like, wait, I'm speaking with a thick Puerto Rican accent all of a sudden. Like, this is not me.
It's the worst when he goes into his Southern American accent because that's like my natural accent. So it just draws the Southern out of me. Yeah, it draws the Southern right out of me.
Give us a
I
taste, each of you. Give us a
I-
taste of your accents.
Oh God, you
I
first.
don't think you want to hear my accent. I show you.
That is so good, actually. What?
Oh, now I'm nervous. You did good. You were supposed to do bad.
I know.
That like looked like it was like natural to you.
Yeah, it's one of those I have to like slow down my accent and put a little kick into it.
Yeah, Southern is a very slowly spoken
Yeah.
for everybody to hear.
Yeah. It's one of those that I'm grateful that my mum listened to like Dolly Parton and all that back in the day.
But for Lilith, I try my hardest, but this is as far as I can get into British. It fluctuates a tiny bit, but
That was really good. Well, I'm also not British, but
I mean, the British person in our party lets me do it, so I'll take it.
What's
Yes,
Pops got going on
I
over
have
there? What's he
no
got?
problem.
Nintendo 64 over there?
Huh?
There's a cord on that controller. What you got? Nintendo 64 or something?
No, it's a PS4.
All right.
so the
And
3 accents I had to do in acting were Irish, British, and Italian.
Hmm.
And I was like, oh no.
Yeah, my British turns Irish every now and then, especially when Lilith gets
Yeah.
angry.
Yeah, that's the thing I was always critiqued on the most is my Irish and British accents kind of coming together as one. I'm like, well,
my Irish accent is a bit too racist.
yeah,
I have no accent.
you have.
You got your little girl voice.
Oh yeah, my
Your little Girl
my
Hey,
Scout.
what?
Asian Girl Scout.
Yeah. Senpai.
I missed that game, but I gotta have every other Saturday for Aubrey.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
I can't
understandable.
I can't spend every Saturday evening I get her online. Unfortunately,
That's fine,
like
buddy.
she's still awake right now. Like yeah,
So
And
now
see,
I'm very surprised I'm awake.
see, I have no life, and I'm also a streamer, so I just stream the second I get home from work every day.
I couldn't tell by your microphone you was proficient.
I actually just recently got this microphone. Like what, a month or two ago, I think.
Hey, it's hardcore right there. Are you in like a glass room? You got somebody outside there working the table?
Oh,
No, I have to keep muting it because they're having a party upstairs and you could hear everything.
that's
Yeah,
what the background is.
I toggle between mute also. Like I said, my daughter's still awake. This is D&D Saturday, so
Okay, coffee is brewing. I will be ready in just a couple of minutes here.
All
It's
right.
fine. We're just talking about our accents and everything.
And I heard a little bit of it.
Yeah.
Next game's gonna be interesting.
We need an accent from Synn. He's the only one that hasn't done an accent yet.
No, you won't get it.
I will occasionally throw a little bit of one out there and then catch myself doing it and get stage fright and stop. They're all pretty terrible.
Like you don't do enough. You don't do enough sound effects, Steve. That's your kryptonite, man. I wanna hear you. I wanna hear you word out your sounds, man.
We want you to be invested in the story as well. Bring your characters to life.
You know, I was about to say I like the new guy.
It's like you hear a screech in the alley. I want to hear you screech, man.
Hear him screech.
Stop.
There it is.
People are sleeping. Come on, Darcy.
If he doesn't want to do it, I'll do it.
I bet I
Like
can.
earlier when you was like, you know, the Western double doors that swing both ways. You look over and it's
Yeah, that would have been perfect for like a squeak, like a door squeak, like like one of those type of things. As you're describing it,
Are we
you pan
convincing you,
over to the
Steve?
door.
You're
we
making a good case.
We've got to put a petition together.
I can't
Everyone
wait.
to sign it. Steve must do more sound effects.
I'll definitely sound out the explosion when I do my first TPK.
I'm really.
Oh.
Hey, we should watch out for explosions. We're
Okay.
good.
We're gonna hold me that one.
Oh Lord.
I spent a fate point to actually do stuff any of this tonight.
Do you have more people?
I got one left.
You might not make it there. I'm pretty sure a level 5 dispel magic will get rid of this.
I
Rick.
don't think that's true.
I think if I use all of my energy into dispel magic, eventually it will close.
And we also
I'm just saying
should.
that it's on my lawn, and I just mowed it.
On my lawn, and I don't want it there. Groucho Mandy.
Going off long.
It's sprinkling abyssal debris all over my lawn.
And you didn't mow it. Your servants did.
The dripping evil is saturating my soil.
I will say the results of that attempt will make someone very happy.
Matter of who is.
Yeah, it should be done
someone.
now. I'll be right back.
Do it.
All right. I'm gonna give me some tackling fuel, but it is not gonna be coffee.
I have energy drink. But I'm not saying which one. I'm not
Yeah, I
advertising.
was about to say, don't say it.
You can say it.
I got a drink from work that I have to drink off screen.
Yeah. Like I'm drinking G Fuel.
I will say
one of his sponsors.
it's a bit of that's a
Hey, I just want to give a shout out to my friends that are watching. I think that's really cool. We're in this right now, but thanks for
We got Sammy.
Yes.
We got
I love Sammy.
Sammy actually donated some bits to the stream.
wait a minute. Aren't we on break?
Yeah, we are.
Yeah,
People
but
watching this?
they are watching our break, yeah.
Yes, they've been watching this whole time.
I'm not in character. I gotta.
The thing is, though, Dion, we don't know whether or not you are in or out of character.
But I'm not doing my Dion accent.
Yeah,
Sammy says she loves you, Lita.
I really do love her. Her hair's
Oh.
cooler than mine.
So I'm gonna have to go to a demon realm with y'all, huh?
yeah.
Yes, that's where we're going. I'm spending a fate point to get us there. You just need
I'm fighting everything.
I was going to say, it is literally your summer holiday, isn't it?
time. Yes.
Dion, great.
Go ahead and roll my 35 die to see what my damage is going to be for the first 10 attacks. It can take at least 30 minutes to roll damage for.
This is
10
all I
attacks.
do,
I know, I got
Jeez.
but I do it twice.
16 D6s. Like, wow. Like, it's
I
wild.
feel you though. I know. You go to bed.
I know. Did you just say what?
Leon, I could do
See,
this
the
without
only thing is,
Leon.
the last time he went to bed,
No.
it went wrong.
Don't.
Anytime I leave early, I come back to shenanigans.
Well, I'm just
Like,
things are
just
easier to do without Daddy Dion.
questions like how and why are never answered.
They just get overlooked.
They-
They get overlooked and just
It's,
piled upon.
it's
Like,
just
this
too
is
late.
swept
It's
on-
too late every time I come back to the game. It's
swept under
too
the rug.
late. Like,
Sorry. We love you. I want
not like my warnings and pleas actually get acknowledged, but I get the satisfaction of saying them.
but you have to
So
understand this character is a teenager. That character is a teenager. You're a grown man who has lived several lifetimes in the amount of time it took us to get to being teenagers.
Yeah, we don't
only for Talia to take my glory.
Two teenage girls that are experiencing relationships for the first time. We have
You
no
were-
mental capacity.
You were too slow, old man.
I wasn't there. It's the problem.
You were too slow. You could have done it anytime.
Yeah, I could. I didn't know her
So-
finger was gonna get that bad though.
Well,
Back
got
in
cured.
back in the day, I thought I
Yeah.
didn't know how serious it was.
Didn't
It
you
got
though?
cured. Then she touched something
Thought
and
it was
came back,
clear.
and I saved her life.
I felt like I was clear.
Okay.
Huh?
So how is Greystone enjoying the bonding with Rio?
Look, I said it how it is. If I can see you, then I know you're not up to no good. So, it's a little
Hey,
stalk,
sounds great.
little bit stalker crazy, but
That's
hey, whatever keeps you calm, man.
I'm gonna just
What-
pull off a duplicate and just bounce.
No,
No.
no duplicates, no duplicates, no duplicates. It does not make you invincible. Trust me. We know this.
Oh, I know.
Anyway.
He knows the bane of duplicates from the other campaign.
I've used duplicates and mirror images many a time.
You'll learn.
Mostly to my own party's bane.
Does he know?
but
Does he know that part of the story yet? No.
I don't know.
Not
our
yet.
viewers don't know either.
That strikes really close to home. You guys will inevitably find out soon enough. Trust me.
We're not gonna talk about that right now. Anyway, moving on.
Oh, can I get my arm? Can I get my arm?
Yes, arms. I'm done.
Okay, since that's only a matter of a couple of minutes for everyone else, yes.
Cool, I'm done.
Arm done. I have cool metal arm. I want it to be black and spiky and
Perfect.
medieval looking and like with cuffs and spiky talons.
Could I have snuck a power
Looks-
foot without her
It
knowledge?
looks really dangerous. Or
You
do
made
we
it,
know
right?
it's made out of
You
styrofoam?
can make it.
Cool. Hi. Hi.
You were adding PowerPoints to it too, weren't you?
No, well, I mean, I am going to just put one power on her.
You're not gonna tell me? Okay.
I'll tell the DM.
Okay. That's cool.
Ah, party unity.
Brand.
I'll say it because it's my device.
Gotta love the unity. Gotta love that everyone
Really
sticks
see
together.
Yeah.
All the love and
absolutely.
trust that's been cultivated over the last several years of playing together.
Sorry, son.
Such a tight-knit family. Okay.
Okay.
Now Lita looks sad.
I'm a little betrayed, but I don't know that in game, so I gotta.
The gradual transition from excitement to scared and terrified
Yeah,
was very impressive.
she's now
I have
gonna
a hand
be
again.
slightly cautious.
You're welcome. I
Mhm.
have a
So
hand again.
yeah,
From your description, it's less of a hand and more of
It's like her entire arm,
more
yeah.
of
Can you try and drop a picture of that in the chat bubble? It was giving me grief earlier. It worked when we tested the other night.
Ray, could you message me what you've done?
No?
Oh,
What's your-
not like I'll tell. I have many secrets from
For
everyone.
being so lovable, your fan club's pretty small.
Wow.
So what was that? I didn't hear
Wow,
that.
no, he insulted me. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
So she's got all her beauty-based powers. I said, for being so lovable, your fan club's pretty small.
Not all of that's my fault.
So everybody took off, right?
The Zoom chat bubble or
From-
As
from-
usual, yes.
Discord?
Everybody took off in the manor. Nobody's there with me right now except
Yeah, we all just came back.
Ryo. Y'all came back?
Yeah, we just got back. She has her arm. We're good to go now. We can head down to the guild hall.
It's not in there. Wait, it might be. Look, scroll up, scroll up. It is. It is.
Okay.
We'll save it.
In the cistern, being who you are, we'll say you actually end up having quite a bit of fun playing around with dirty stones in this aura. But you said you wanted to go for a swim.
Mhm.
What type of abilities or skill sets do you have to help you move around in the water?
I can.
I better know this one.
I know, you were right behind him playing with the magic water filter. He was standing like 15 feet from you, looking over the ledge. You're both right there. You're still right next to him. He wanted to jump in the water.
Okay, I'll stop messing around with the rocks and look back.
Okay. Do you remember the description of the huge chamber over the deep water?
At least 150 feet down.
You do notice you only see flashes of green light from the openings that are above the water level.
Open it.
So I have water speed of 50 miles per hour and adaptation, which is breathe any environment.
Okay, he hits the water and off like an extremely fast fish. Or she, sorry.
Yeah. But damn it, man. I'm a female. You not see these breaths?
Normally, my character can only swim 30 feet, but I don't know how a snake, how fast a snake would.
About the same, give or take, a little bit due to your size. Nowhere near as fast as Talia is able to swim.
Could using my wings help make me a little faster?
A little bit. It's something you would have to practice, and you wouldn't be able to get the hang of right away. But this is a big, very large, deep pool of water. Where relatively safe to practice.
Also, as soon as I get into the water, can I summon an aquatic animal?
Yes and no. It takes time for it to get there, but you can.
Right. Well,
Megalodon.
I'd want to get a dolphin.
I could.
Right, what is it, 10-minute casting time? For summon beings?
We're looking at you.
What?
Summon aquatic being? Is that like the
Oh,
old school monster summoning takes 10 minutes for me to get there?
I have 0 ideas.
race to pull it up on 5e.
No, it says it's one action, but then what is he doing? Is he using an attribute or a spell?
It's a part of one of my sword attributes.
It's the
Spell it.
attribute. I don't know what the attribute does.
It's a spell like ability.
Now, all the summoning things are immediate.
Okay. That being the case, you do summon a shadowy dolphin.
I prefer the giant Meg.
Later.
I
Summon the Kraken.
If I was able
Cthulhu.
to, if I was able to.
oh,
I always talked about Kraken.
speaking of the Kraken,
I want to transform into the Kraken.
You could if you wanted to.
yeah, that's what I was gonna say.
Do it, Jackson.
Has he ever seen a Kraken? No.
You would have to describe it.
You would have had to seen a Kraken.
Kraken, actually.
Yeah,
Remember when you guys were in the test?
yeah.
Ran into,
Yeah.
Ran with the raptors for a while.
ran into a pack of Giganotosauruses.
He's seen some pretty cool stuff.
So with the dolphin, I want him or her to use her sonar to see they can pick out any other forms of life, like human style.
I want to. Never mind. I was gonna check out something different, like aquatic creature, but never mind.
No worries. You're able to determine there are a fair amount of populations of life in the system itself.
Mhm.
It is a magical filtration system that serves to pump water back out into the city as well. Once it comes through the chambers above as clean water, it uses gravity and a little bit of magic to pressurize pipes, pushing the clean water back up into the city.
Okay.
Everybody. But a wide variety of freshwater fish have had populations spring up, largely due to pets being flushed. But there are races of other aquatic humanoids that live down here as well and take advantage of that as a means of survival. Not a lot of specifics as far as what those are.
But no sign of like a human has gone past in a way.
You would have to ask them specifically. You wouldn't be able to tell what's already passed through.
I don't think I can speak to animals. Yeah, no, I can't speak to animals.
You can.
No. I
But
will,
Gildred can.
yes. I was already thinking that.
Lots of pigeons tonight.
I will turn to Gildred. Gildred, can you find some information on these animals if they've seen, and I'll alter self into turning myself into Jack if they've seen Jack.
And I'll talk to the animals, closest animals nearby.
Okay, using animals actually.
Mhm.
Okay, when you reach out, majority of what you connect with at first are very small fish whose only thoughts are food and run. For the most part, it takes a while for you to contact something with enough of a mind to be able to communicate. But you do. It's some sort of eel. You've never seen this particular species. It looks a lot like a moray eel, but it also has a little bulb arm extending from the center of its head. And the eyes seem to like take in more detail than you would expect. It looks at your belt and your pouches. It seems to actually observe what you are. But it does approach, sensing that you're friendly.
Well, interesting.
It looks you up and down and seems to echo the word interesting.
But in a good way.
It nods its head and echoes your voice. Kind of. It's distorted a little bit, but it seems to be protected from it through the water. But it doesn't know its mouth to speak. It seems more like it's coming from the little hole.
And I'll ask it if it's seen, and I'll describe it. I'll ask it if it's seen anybody that looks like, and I'll start describing Jack.
It listens to you and seems to nod its head a little bit as you give the description. And then very abruptly, it dashes forward and swims in a circle around your forehead. And you feel electricity firing through it and into your head. It doesn't hurt per se, causing some muscle spasms, but you start to see the water in a different way. Instead of the type of sight you're used to using, you see flashes almost from sonar echoing off of varying objects and coming back in waves. You're seeing as the eel sees in the dark. But you do see very clearly one form shaped a lot like Jack would be shaped, with the ridiculously big boots. And the shape of the hat is very unique as well. Meets up with what appear to be were sharks. And they leave the sewers a couple miles up.
I have a feeling it's not a good thing.
You can tell without words that this happened maybe 20 minutes before you guys got here, not too long ago.
I'm gonna say, so Captain Jack, or I don't know, is it Captain? So this Jack you talk about it has met up with what looks like were sharks. It seems like, and this was about 20 minutes ago.
Which way did they go?
Got 2 miles roughly west.
About 2 miles west.
I'll grab Gildred and be like, let's go.
Y'all are gonna miss the abyss. For Jack, I see you. I see you. I don't have to point my nub at you anymore. I can point a finger at you. I see you. It's okay.
I'm sorry, but it's the first time that Talia's had the main stage for a while. Go away.
You're right. You're right. I've been dominating it. I'm sorry.
If it's
Talia
not
wants the
you.
spotlight.
Yeah, if it's not you, it's Aurora.
That's not my fault. I didn't ask to be in the spotlight.
Talia has plans that have been brewing for a long time, and the pot's cooked just about to perfection, and stuff keeps getting in the way.
Mm-hmm.
She wants the stew, damn it.
Also, to speed myself up during the travel, can I shadow step every 12 seconds? Every like 300 feet at a time with Gildred.
Me and you need to talk about something called, what was it? One step behind you?
Yeah. It was
We may
a
have to
homework
talk about
fate.
that then.
You know, like the old horror movies.
Like
Yeah.
Guys,
Friday the 13th franchise, for example.
Yeah.
Early on, Jason Voorhees never did anything other than stomp slowly, but he caught up to everybody that was running as fast as they could. Without fail, they turn around and he'd just be there. That's what
Yeah.
the speed is. Once you've marked somebody and you have some sort of means of targeting them or hunting them, like Rangers used to have preferred enemies. Another prerequisite is the ability to use Dimension Door or something similar.
Mhm.
And when you have someone marked, you can you're right there.
Okay.
Dimension door is so fun.
So yeah, shadow step every 300 feet at a time, every 12 seconds.
Traveling that way, you don't like going through the shadow plane very much. It's very cold and icky and doesn't seem to appreciate the type of life that you exude. But you don't come to any harm. Talia is able to get you through quickly enough in little spurts. You come to the sewer grate that you're pretty sure they left here.
I think this is the area.
Okay. I assume the gung ho mentality is going to continue.
Mhm. I am looking for tracks. I am trying to find Jack.
Right, and you pop your head out of the sewer and are greeted by the blinding rays of the sun after being underground for so long. I'm all at the portal.
We're going to town center, run to the guild hall.
yeah, I got my arm. We're gonna go get Persona and then we're going to the portal.
Jailbreak, you're gonna blow yourself up in the yard again.
I will not be going on a jailbreak.
Jailbreaking, we're going to bribe. That's just still probably just bad.
We're good.
Wait a minute. Do I know exactly where you're going?
No,
A guild hall. I have a guess of which one, but I don't have a guarantee. I mean, my best guess is that it's
Makiko knows.
yeah. My best guess is that it's the
Makiko for
Bouncy
sure
hall.
knows.
Yeah,
100% on board.
if we believe that's what Persona is, yeah, I can join.
okay.
I can't participate in any illegal stuff. But
That's fine. Let's just go.
How about you just stay here and mess with this portal?
Or we just push Dion through the portal. And then leave.
There we go.
I wouldn't do that. I love you, Dion. I know you got my best interest at heart.
I've totally done that before.
you could try and push me through the portal. Isn't it hovering above the yard?
I don't know, but let's go.
All right. So we're going at 120 miles per hour. I'm carrying Makiko like a baby. And Aurora is on my back.
He's right out in front of the guild hall.
Probably not in the middle of everything. Off the side.
To the roof.
Okay.
Very, very, very tall building.
Why are we on the roof here?
So we can get in.
We need to go to the front door.
Oh, okay. So I take us back down.
Yeah, it's
'Cause I'm
morning.
an
There's a
idiot.
lot of people around.
Well,
This is
then
what
they
you-
all saw.
Yeah, and it is not subtle at all. Tons of witnesses.
I'm in my disguise. And rain going on.
All right, so then I blow the front doors open, running through it.
Oh. We need to talk about subtlety.
I put Makiko down and I go, hey, where are we going now?
Front desk, I'm assuming?
Makiko dusts herself off really quick, looks around, seems to have a momentary spat of shock, but
She does this a lot.
composes herself very quickly. Back that way, as she looks, there's tons of people staring at you guys.
I grab her hand
Oh shit. You see your
Can we
cringe,
walk?
basically.
Can we walk? It's literally right over there.
Okay,
Just
okay.
gonna walk.
All right, we'll walk.
How about you just stay here? Yeah, I'm gonna go walk and talk to the people. Yeah.
Okay.
Makiko is not dressed like a ninja. She has followed your lead and has gone with a plain Jane servant-y type look,
Okay.
minus the greasy apron. Her first couple of steps are a little wobbly. She's like, okay, great, normal people speak.
I would have taken
I can do
the
this.
servant's uniform off and had different clothes put on. So that I made sense that I had a lot of money.
She just got like common
Yeah,
phrases and just a normal.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
So, y'all want me to take laps around the building
Yeah.
until you get back?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought so. I'm not in with talking words. And then I'll run circles around the building.
Fantastic.
World.
No.
Sucked into a black hole is fine.
No, she's not that fast. Well,
I'm not
Anyway.
gonna meet the speed force.
I hope she's not trying to go all that fast right now.
No.
No.
Okay. Where's this? Who are we gonna talk to?
She rattles off a list of different names of people she knows that are receptive.
Cool. Can you lead me to the best one?
Yeah. You guys should probably wait here for a second.
Okay.
It's not the types of conversation you have around new people.
Oh wait.
Just trust me.
I don't trust you.
Wounded. He walks away slowly.
I wait impatiently. Pacing.
My pacing is probably leaving a mark on the the outside.
Oh, there's
area.
going to be a new footpath.
Yes, it's gonna be a deep one. We're gonna be like, what came through here?
So there's a crowd right now.
Watching me.
Yes.
Just road runnering around.
I got too much anxious energy,
I don't know.
and we're not in that portal trying to help Bestus yet.
But a large part of the traffic accumulating is people that aren't brave enough to try and make the dash.
To
in or
get
out.
in or out.
Good, you're keeping people out. Perfect.
Good.
It's gonna start creating a cyclone.
Yeah, fine.
Mm-hmm.
You can hear the commotion as people start to gravitate
Yeah.
towards the doorway.
I'm going to meet the speed force one day. It's gonna happen.
But I wait impatiently.
Patience definitely becomes tested.
No, impatiently.
Yes. Yes. A half hour, 45-minute breaking
Oh
point.
my god.
Yeah.
Okay, I get bored.
I sent a message to Mikiko. What's taking so long?
It's how these people work. I'm working on it.
That's another message. You just let me talk to them. I can convince them to do anything.
It's not the best idea right now. I'll check in a minute.
All right.
Another 45 minutes go
Oh
by.
my god.
And Mikiko reappears from the very large sets of stairways going down into multiple levels. She is carrying two white looking like paper bags and a little tray with a couple of cups, and sets them down. Says that it's probably going to be a little longer. I figured I should bring you some food.
What do you mean a little longer?
Where'd the other one go?
She-
Put it up.
Running around in circles like I kind
Okay.
of want to do.
Which stadium?
Sorry, I was talking to my dad.
Okay, sorry. All the way wrong there.
Much longer.
It's got to work its way uphill. usually doesn't take too terribly long. We ran into a little problem though.
What problem?
Jack's here. Calm down. I have more connections here than she does, and
And I have a pouch of
definitely,
9,000 gold. Get me in there.
we'll talk numbers later. The important thing is my friends like me more than Jack's friends do, like her. So I was able to intercept. There's some errors with her paperwork currently, and trying to see if we can get in there and buy out the bounty.
Oh, it's okay.
You wouldn't happen to have any proof of Jack doing anything illegal, would you?
I'm sure I do.
Something actionable? So
I
you can,
know.
if you can give the,
I know someone who does. I'm gonna send a message to Talia. Jack is here at the Bounty Hunter Guild Hall. We need something.
message comes through just as you're blinking away, the
Mhm.
initial shock of the sun. You look up and see that, you're just off of the beaten path a little bit, but this is an access hatch that's not even 100 yards from the building she just mentioned.
I'm at the building. God damn it. Didn't get her in time. Where is she?
Somewhere in the building, trying to get Persona.
I'll
People
walk
are
into
messed
that
up.
building. I'll walk into that building. Open.
Can you get through my path?
How open?
As soon as I see Jack, I'll be like, "Oh, Jack, so good to see
But
you."
Jack's nowhere to just be singing.
No, I mean, when you say walking in open, are you like blonde hair, blue eyed open?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What Jack would know what I look like normally.
Well, Makiko and I are standing there in the front hall. Singing.
I'm gonna
Hmm?
follow Talia.
I'm gonna get bored and go in.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
see, upon your
Eat their
approach,
food.
Jico is running laps around the building.
Mhm.
And there's still some people watching, a few people coming by. One guy's actually started selling cotton candy out of a cart. But most people have gotten bored with it. And she's not doing anything. She's just running in circles, getting in people's way.
Yeah, I'll go straight into that building.
I get bored.
Cool.
I don't acknowledge anyone.
When I see Talia walk in, perfect. Just the lady I needed to see.
I walk past her.
No, we need you here. We need you. If you
No, I
want
walk
Jack,
past her.
you can't walk past me. There's nowhere to go. There's literally nowhere to go.
There's always a way to go.
It's a very large building. There's plenty of places to go. The question is which way is the right way
Talia,
to
we
go.
know where Jack is. Just stop for a second.
I'll go to the desk.
Look, we need
Stuff.
proof that Jack has done something illegal or sketchy, whatever.
Don't worry, I have this settled, and I'll go to the desk.
It's for real.
And I'll dip into my pocket dimension and pull out 20,000 gold and just slam it on the desk. Where's Jack?
That's not where we pay the bail for wrongful arrest, sir. Come this way, please, and I'll explain it to you. This is Makiko trying to disguise her voice the best way that she can.
Yeah.
Not like dragging you, but forcefully tugging at your elbow of your cloak, trying to get you to walk away from the counter. She whispers through clenched teeth, "It's not how we do this."
Looking her dead in the eyes, I go, "That's how I do it."
No,
Where is she?
Short answer, I don't know exactly.
Then you're of no use to me. I'll go back to the desk.
there's no one. I grabbed Talia. Talia, stop. You're gonna get us in trouble and we can't get her. Just stop for a second and think.
As you are walking back in the door, you notice something. The guards in the room have taken notice of your friends.
Oh, I'm gonna go over and start talking some guard lingo with them.
Okay.
Daddy's like, something like that. What am I adding that 3 to?
Persuade.
Oh,
Oh God.
Oh my goodness.
Jeez.
Hey, that's not bad. That's a 50.
Really now?
Yeah.
Huh. Who knew? So you mean all this time you could have been diplomatic?
Yeah. That's what the brawl is.
God.
Excuse me. Two guards by the door get caught up in just bullshit shop talk instead of really paying attention to their jobs. There are a couple other guards in the room. Okay, bad and worse. They seem to notice that the two guards you're talking to relax and assume that you know them and seem to be more interested in that than the potential cat fight at the counter.
Is there somewhere we can go? I'm talking to Makiko. Is there somewhere we can go and talk privately?
Anywhere that's not in here would be really good.
Perfect. I need the leg.
And she does. Starts walking outside the building. Are you going with Talia?
Nope, I'm at the desk.
Please stop.
I'm not causing a
You're
scene.
doing this wrong.
You are the one causing the scene by like trying to get me to do stuff. You should just leave me be.
Cause is irrelevant. You are still center frame.
Yeah, that's fine. Is that because I like a bag of gold? Bang.
No, it's not the bag.
The entire operation is criminal.
That's fine.
I can only hold these guards for so long.
The clerk on the other side of the counter is just staring expectantly at the two of you with a huge
I walk
grin
out
on
with
her face.
Makiko. I'm not getting arrested again.
I guess I'm gonna go next to Chico and just curl up, take a little nap.
But she seems to realize that the fun and games are over and looks at you with a significantly more disappointed expression. He says, so Jack who?
Captain Jack. And I'll alter my body to look like Jack for a second and then turn back.
That was a neat trick.
And I need to find targets. It's a lot simpler than describing.
Huh. So we're looking for somebody that looks exactly like you did just a second ago. We got them back here. That's what you're saying?
You might do. I'm just asking for information.
Well, that's not what I'm here for. I'm here to facilitate payments of bail and visitations. Is
Okay.
Jack and
Well-
inmate, like, did we arrest them? They gonna be hung?
I don't think so unless you've caught her for certain crimes.
Well, if they're not here against their will, I'm not allowed to give you information about them. Because anyone else on this side of the counter works for this company and points to the sign that has their guild emblem. And
Okay.
well, they
Then-
fire me.
All right then. And how do I get a job here?
I just can't with you right now. Give me a minute. She gets up and makes her way back through a doorway behind the counter.
This is why I would go get my manager.
Yeah, pretty much.
Tyler's pulling a Karen.
Yeah, pretty much. And the funny thing is, during all this time, I'm
Let's speak to
just
the manager.
looking at Ray's face, and it's like, yeah, Aurora's having a breakdown.
No, Roar's pissed. So is Ray.
I am playing my character to how she would do it. All right.
Mikiko just looks at you and says, "Plan B then."
Get her out before she screws it up.
Not my job. That's your friend.
Cool. Where would she be?
No, this one.
Which one?
He points to Talia.
Yeah, what about her?
You don't want to get her out.
Let her ass get arrested. She's gonna be stupid.
No, we'll be right back here for her. We will.
I'm not worried about her.
Okay, fair enough. I'll get back to work. I would say be ready to make a distraction, but that window's wide open. I'll be off.
Can you tell where she is?
Yeah, I'm gonna cast my arrow charm again.
She is downstairs and off that way.
Can you point me to it? Oh. Hi. I didn't want to help anyway.
Between Zen direction, arrow charm, I have a pretty good idea where she is, right?
You feel like you should be able to navigate to it, depending upon how
Mikiko.
complex the network of,
How many guards would be down there?
depends on which level.
I described vaguely where I'm pretty sure she is.
She looks at you in disbelief. You explain how you feel that she is X amount of yards this way and probably down a couple of floors. And as she takes it in, doesn't question how you know these things. He just kind of smiles and nods and keeps glancing down at the emblem on your chest, which is swirling.
Well, no, I'm in disguise. It's not there.
She looks down at your chest occasionally,
Okay,
as if she is looking at that. You've gotten kind of used to it until you realize that you shouldn't be able to see that.
right.
So I'm going to break out my action figures of us and play with them on the floor like a child, since I'm being treated like one.
I'm being treated like a child. Who's treating you like a child?
You act like one, you're gonna be one.
Yeah.
No, so how many guards can I fit down there?
On each floor, 20 to 50. Where you're suggesting sounds like one of their maximum security levels where they keep the more powerful individuals or the people they suspect of being the greatest threat.
So what do you think our actual chances are of getting in there before Jack does?
Well, if I can get these papers filed in time, pretty good. Having evidence of Jack committing crimes
Well,
would
I
be
tried to
great.
do that, but crazy in there is causing a scene instead.
That would make sure that Jack doesn't leave. I've pretty much already guaranteed that we'll be able to outbid her.
Okay.
And get your friend out the back door while Jack signs papers that are just overcomplicated forms acknowledging that she was underbid or overbid.
Okay, so wait. So that's what you're asking me to do is just wait.
Yes,
I'm not good at that.
talk to the lawyers. I feel like that's their job, to find the most creative ways to make people waste their time.
Talk to the lawyers.
Which lawyers?
I don't know. Just talk to them.
Besides, who was this? They can't get in to talk to anybody. Will you make sure Jack doesn't leave? Keep the building on lockdown as best you can.
Oh, you want me to go back out there and run circles? I got bored of that.
I mean, not at the moment. Here soon.
Okay, sure.
She's still dealing with stuff right now. I'm really tempted to teleport in there.
We still browbeating the clerk, Talia?
Yes. I'm waiting for the clerk to come back.
The chances are I'll get caught, and then we're just in a double.
Also,
Yeah, I wouldn't do it.
I'm pretty sure that in our travels with Jack, I would have probably got some wanted posters from her about her from other places. And I have one of them ready.
Okay.
Just in my hand ready, or in my pocket ready.
Okay, the clerk you spoke to before does reappear with another woman who appears to be a little bit older, dressed in slightly more dignified clothes. There's still a dress code at play. They have similar outfits, not exactly the same, not quite a uniform, but
Different stations and stuff.
right. She does appear to be the supervisor of some sort, and she looks you up and down and cocks her head to the side and says, "You seem more the storm the castle and slay the dragon type." She's saying you want a job here?
Well, there's someone here that I want to talk to. But
Oh,
also, I need to make some money.
you're a hunter. He looks down. That makes so much more sense. She thought you meant administration.
No.
Okay. We can definitely help you with that, but we don't handle that at this window. That'll be downstairs, sub-level 2.
Oh, well, thank you very much.
She nods her head. It's not a problem. I can take you down there if you like.
Oh, absolutely. That would be brilliant.
She walks out, takes your hand, and starts to walk down the steps with you. Walks pretty slow and starts giving you kind of an introductory explanation of how they handle their bounties. But
I half listen, but keep an eye on my surroundings.
assures you that all the bounties are they use magical divination to certify that they're legitimate, to prevent people from taking bounties on the undeserving, and they're approved by the crown and come with the full authority of Curiosity law and X, Y, and such and such. A lot of overly complicated explanations of how they get their share of the money made from the bounties and why it's supposed to make sense. Given what's been going on, I assume you're a bit into your drink, and the numbers really get on your nerves. You know, a ripoff when you hear one. So
Yeah, I'll because obviously I know the description of Bressana. I'll say I did have a target, but I heard that this target was caught. And I'll change it to Bressana quickly.
And she starts.
Oh my god.
Now, which Bressana?
Well, the one she would normally disguise herself as.
Okay. The red-haired surfer self?
Yeah.
Okay.
And was just wondering if I could pay the bounty and take her with me.
Well, that's interesting. Here's a second one to show up looking to buy that bounty out.
You must be talking about my competition.
Yeah. It's a little disturbing though. It suggests that, and she looks you dead in the eye when she says it, that some of our hunters are double dipping and working for other agencies for higher payouts.
I am just an independent. I just wish to return the target back to their rightful place.
Well, we'll take you to the mountain of paperwork that lets you hopefully do just that.
Excellent. Could I possibly just go back up and just alert my paperwork people? And would they be able to come with me?
Surely. I don't see why not.
Oh, thank you. And yeah, I'll just quickly run back up and go and like, are they still there?
I am sitting on the floor playing with action figures of us.
I'm still okay.
I'm curled up, taking a snake nap next to Chico.
I am making Dion stand in the middle of the circle of other action figures, and he's giving Dion speech.
I will just shout out across the lobby, "Hey, paperwork girl, come!"
I know she's not talking to me.
Meanwhile, back at the manor,
I say
John
this
is
while
giving
looking at
Dion
you.
speech to his housing crew for how he wants lunch set up and ready when everybody gets back, because it'll help everybody feel better.
Oh, Dion's speech.
I have leaned back into one of my courtyard chairs and I'm studying the tear, just
The rift.
the rift.
Huh?
I'm studying this rift. My servants have brought me a couple of snacks. I'm not giving. I really, really am thinking about this tear. Like, what is the right thing to do?
Hey, what do the rose-colored glasses do?
I don't know.
Have I ever put them on before?
But
I don't remember them, probably not. They might just be,
Rose-colored glasses.
yeah.
Okay.
There was nothing else written down, it seems like. You guys have been identifying things for a very long.
so Ryo's still there with me, right?
Yep, roughly 20 feet away at all times.
At all times, just 20 feet away.
I'll raise my hand and motion for him to come a little bit closer.
I walk towards him.
Oh, it's Dion talk.
So you say there's an invitation for this particular group to join you in the Abyssal Rim.
Yes, I was sent here to get Chico and her fellow members. Yes.
I'm just trying to. Oh, okay.
And that's all you know.
Um,
You were
that-
sent here to retrieve us.
And they go to a magical.
That's as much as I know, other than what I saw, which was a massive battle.
You have to drink a magical hallucinogen with it, and it makes the figures come into life and with illusion.
So potentially we could be just walking into a battle. I don't know what to do at times like this. Sounds like the girls are gonna jump right into this one. Doesn't seem right to let them go alone.
We are protectors.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Hopefully, they're not getting into too much trouble right now. I do my best to keep them out of trouble. They just don't listen.
I bet Dion would thoroughly enjoy being able to see them right now. Counting every single grain of sand that falls through the hourglass. Like, oh my God.
You
I
know,
wish I had more information, but I can't even tell who is battling.
There will be information on that later for sure. Now, after a while, Makiko comes back out. Talia, you approached them. What did you tell them?
What the Makiko and that?
No, Makiko just got that. You would have got that before her.
I was just basically saying I can get the paperwork sorted.
Makiko's already been doing that for the past 3 hours. That's what I was trying to tell you.
Yeah, it took me 5 minutes to go get the paperwork.
Yeah, no, but you still have to fill it out. You just
Yeah.
handed it.
And we're not doing that.
We're not
That's not a
doing
problem. We can fill that out.
No,
No.
she made a clone so she wouldn't have to do paperwork.
Not talking about that.
Makiko says, sounds like a good story. Just tell me later. There's a problem.
What?
Some festering shit has outbid us.
Just point at Talia.
Hello.
Oh, how lovely. What I meant by festering shit was delightful.
No, you were accurate. You were
lady.
accurate.
Okay, so we'll just pretend that didn't happen. You went behind me?
I went to go secure a way to try and get Jack. Sadly, that didn't work, so I went and get for option B for me and got her girlfriend.
Okay. Well, since that's you, I guess I don't need to waste any more time. It's gonna slow things down a bit.
You
Probably
could help me with the paperwork, getting her out.
You just added more time to something that was going to be done very soon, and now we have to wait here longer.
And Jack would have done the same thing to you.
No, Jack was not going to outbid us. And
How do you know
we
that?
had it sorted out. It was figured out.
Well, it's still figured out. Just a little bit longer.
You hear the guards over by the door, as they've talked to other guards that come through the entire time you've been waiting here. The story's been going around a little bit, and they're actually making bets on who's going to end up with the sexy redhead. That apparently is a big deal back in the holding cells right now too.
Oh, wow. That's funny.
God.
That's just
You
funny.
also called more attention to her that we didn't want. She's
I
now
didn't
more
cause
important because
any
three people
attention.
are
I
fighting over
didn't
her.
cause any attention.
You did.
You caused attention by trying to
did
stop
not.
me doing anything.
You caused attention. You brought attention to her. Now they think she's someone important because there's a third person bidding on her. Just
Either way,
get
it's
her
fine.
out. I'm so tired of waiting here.
It's fine. We'll get her out. Calm down.
Mm.
Here, can I open up my pocket dimension? You wanna go play in there for a little bit?
No, I just want my girlfriend back.
I know. As I doodle more, no, I'm going through my backpack now. I'm gonna play with the dice.
Okay. About another hour and a half of
We've been here for
excruciating.
5 hours.
Just what I wanted.
Yeah, the group of you are just collectively bored. For the last 45 minutes, Makiko hasn't had any other running back and forth to do. Just tried to accelerate the process and has been sitting waiting with you for, getting close to an hour.
I hand Makiko some of the action figures.
She initially acts like she doesn't want to play with them, but then takes a moment to look around at the fact that nobody's paying attention to it anymore. And she's like it.
We are totally like setting up scenes and we've got the Delta action figure and we're beating up Delta.
I mean, she's still by Elven standards is fairly young, not completely mature. So got some teeny bopper in her too.
We're having fun.
But you hear a bit of a commotion coming from downstairs. See a couple of guards straight past and go down the steps. Not really sure what the hubbub's over. You hear what sounds like it could be a muffled explosion. Definitely a little bit of shouting. Then it calms down. The guards that ran downstairs come back upstairs, talking to each other excitedly. Don't seem to be injured or anything like that.
Can I remember what they're saying?
Yeah, what'd they say?
Talking about how somebody got really upset and found out why the guard make as much money as they do. You get put down, and I'm joking about how they're not going anywhere anytime soon.
Okay.
But they do circle back around to that takes one out of the pool as far as the bet for who's going to end up getting first on.
Okay. Almost back. Feel a little better.
Less than 15 minutes after that, thankfully, as soon as the excitement of the moment starts to wear off, you do have the unspeakable joy of seeing Brasana again.
I run and hug her, and she knows it's me. In the first 6 months.
Yeah, there's a moment of recognition initially, but she can't really fight against the hug you get to her before they take the shackles off of her.
I will look around and see if I spot Jack.
Oh, you do not.
Right.
You heard the commotion. Logic strongly suggests that Jack has been detained downstairs
Perfect.
from inappropriate behavior, we'll say.
I'll also I'll walk over to the desk and just slide the poster
Back to the desk.
and just be like, maybe keep an eye on that one. Also on that poster, there'll probably be like a platinum bar.
Yeah, the first clerk you were talking to,
Yeah.
she looks around and rolls it up and hands it back to you.
Oh,
Says, wrong window, sweetie, and winks. Says, you might want to hurry before somebody realizes who they have.
what was that? Sorry.
Says you may want to hurry before they realize who they have in there.
All right, I'll go to the other window, which is a little bit further down, isn't it?
It's in a different part of the building.
Yeah, I'll head to that one.
When you go over there, you see a slightly different environment. There are still several windows that are fundamentally same design, but the air of the people here is very different. You can tell you're being sized up by pretty much everyone here. There are a lot of weapons being brandished. Excuse me. None drawn, however. Less idle talk, more,
Hushed
look
whisper.
badass glaring from dark corners.
Yeah.
And clearly this is where other hunters come to either collect or accept a contract.
Okay. I'll go to the desk.
There's not a line. You'll be able to walk straight up. You see a
Yeah.
burly looking half orc with more than his fair share of scars and a big axe with several notches stuck in the ground behind him.
I'll put the poster on the desk.
He looks at it and says, looks behind you. I don't see nobody.
No, you have her.
What you mean? We
As in
have.
she's in your cells right now for inappropriate behavior. I just thought you might want to know the rest of her stuff.
Looks at the poster and the charges on it with the bounty listed. And says, there's more.
She's Captain Jack for a reason.
Starts flipping through the image, which is a very large glass panel, similar to but you guys haven't been introduced to mantles very much.
No.
But it looks very similar to the little glass pane that
Mhm.
came with the goldfish that Aurora got recently, but
Yeah.
it's much larger. And as he flicks his finger across it, several different images reappear. You actually recognize a couple of old crime scenes. The appropriate posters show up on the screen. You're sitting there flipping through the one poster you said you had gathered. You're like, oh yeah, I've got this one, and that one too. He starts to total it up, and when he looks at the final dollar amount, his eyes get a little large, and he says, "This is a lot. We can't pay this out right here, but as soon as they verify identity, starts looking around over your shoulder. More than a couple sets of eyes have taken notice of the obscene number. As you may want to look into some security."
Oh, I have my own security. No need to worry about that, darling.
Be that as it may, these guys specialize in getting past security, and that's the largest single payout I've ever seen for a bounty.
That's fine. But to be fair, you have her already. And you apprehended her already. So you don't need to pay me. So have a good day. And walks away. I said, you've apprehended her already. You didn't need my help.
I heard you. The guard just stops and looks. He's clearly having issue with something that you just said. And before he can raise his hand to even say anything about it, one of the other hunters dressed, very typically in a long black coat with a wide brimmed hat, so you can see as little of them as possible, slinks in behind you and starts whispering to him. And they start having a not furious debate, but a very energetic conversation about the possibilities for that particular payout and where it could potentially go. Draws attention from several more people as you're walking away.
Yeah, the fact that I've just said, "No, I'm all right," and walk off.
It's enough for any one of them present to retire and live the dream.
Yeah.
Not really, but that's
and I have literally just walked away from it. That's fine.
okay.
All right, we're done here. I packed up my toys.
Yeah, we need to talk.
Yeah, I imagine so. There's quite a bit to say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not here.
No gambling with Jack, like ever.
You won't need to gamble with Jack anymore. She's not a problem.
Yeah, I'm not talking to you. Let's go.
Brasana does look up towards you and just, hi.
I sneak over to Prasana and go, hey, you want to go read this?
Yes.
All right, let's do it.
Do we care if anyone sees us doing anything in here?
Yes.
All right, outside the door.
Try to get into an alleyway. Since you can't carry everybody.
Yeah.
Get into an alleyway, make sure no one's looking at us, or not a whole bunch of people are looking at us at the very least. And then teleport everyone back to the boat. Or the manor.
You know for sure as you cut around the corner, the guards at the corner of the block can see you and are looking at you.
That's fine.
So
I wave at them with a smile.
Then just teleport back to Greystone Manor.
Yeah, the last glimpses of their faces becoming extremely excited before you can't see them anymore. Your
Just leaves Talia behind.
It's no surprise.
Got it.
I'm not expecting her to teleport me.
I assumed you were including everyone until they just
Yes.
approached. Okay. So all of you guys and the cotton candy dude. No, I'm kidding. You all pop
That'd be a nice treat.
out on the front lawn, not directly on top of, but relatively close to the rift.
And Dion in a lawn chair.
Yep, staring straight at you. And they just appear right there in front of you, looking like they just got done doing something kind of sneaky.
Someone would have had to.
I would be more interested in the fact that they came back with new people and ask who they are.
Oh, it's true. You haven't met Talia or Rosada. Because I've got all kinds of new people.
Or Gilja, to be honest, either, other than
Well, you
the quick,
briefly.
hey, I'm this and I'm out.
Yeah, you were in Snake Form, that's right.
Yeah, he was a snake.
He's still a snake.
I'm a big, super big snake.
We can go to the Abyss. I need 5 minutes with her.
Okay, get in my pocket dimension.
Oh, cool, even more time. Oh, quick.
Who are you talking to?
Rosada.
Yeah, that sounds great, but
No.
no, really, should we be worried about that? And she points towards Rio, who has the hunk of metal hanging on his waist.
Oh, he's fine.
The piece of metal is glowing very brightly, and as you look at it, it starts to intensify little by little. You actually feel heat coming off of it at this point.
Did you go? Well, we gotta go in the pool.
Noteworthy, the rift is very clearly starting to open.
Oh, okay. Apparently we're going now.
All right, yeah, let's go. Let's go. Dion, you ready?
And I get up and I walk over right between the both of them, and I put a hand on both of their shoulders and tell them, one day, this reckless behavior is going to be the end of us. And I walk into the portal.
Oh, he went first.
I walk behind Dion and look at both of them two go, ooh, you guys got in trouble.
Did we get in trouble? I feel like we've gotten in way more trouble from Dion before.
Yeah.
And I'll jump in the portal as well.
That was a pretty tame response. I'm impressed.
Yeah, I'll wait to make sure everybody goes through the portal before I go. I'll be the last one to go in.
Well, I had time to drink it in. I had time to think about it while they were off. That's why I was so laxed, you know. But,
Yeah. Okay.
And I'm just in that mocking behavior at the moment.
You can stay outside of the portal. You want to just watch?
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere near that.
Okay. That's fine. That's your decision, baby. If your
You'll be in there
character
for a
wouldn't do it.
while.
Yeah, if your character wouldn't do it, then
Rio uses telekinetic to push him in.
No.
Okay, to be fair, you were asleep. And someone picked you up and kind of turned you into jewelry to carry you here in the first place.
roll the dice. Roll 2d10s. If it's above a 50, you go in.
Fireball.
Say above 50, you wake up. Below 50, you stay asleep. So 13, sleeping like a log.
You're on to the abyss. Sorry, baby. You're gonna wake up happy.
Stay in five dimensions.
I'm gonna wake up an ancient bronze dragon.
You want to go sleep in a pocket dimension?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll put you in your pocket dimension.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay. As you all step through the portal, Dion, you're the first person to step through. Your sword and your armor immediately flare with divine energy. There's really no turning it off in this particular environment. You're surrounded by bad juju. Like it's in the ground you're stepping on, air you're breathing, you can feel it.
I know.
Like it's
I
just,
know.
it's dirty. You don't like it, but it's everywhere. It's gonna be your normal for a little bit. The worst of it is a presence that looks different. You don't think you've seen this manifestation, but the presence that you recognize, much more intense than what you're used to, but you know that this guy kicked back in a lawn chair, not unlike the one you were just sitting in, is definitely Bestus. He's wearing extremely fancy robes made of thin silks and be kicking back. Looks to be mostly human, except for the odd rusty blades sticking out at joints with small little flames flickering at the tips of them. Sipping on some sort of drink that looks like it's biological in nature, and watching what looks to be some sort of glass panel or window surrounded by a weird shiny material, and it's showing pretty much the area you guys just were in the front yard. Although currently it's just at the pretty much the same angle you're looking at Bestus from, like from behind him, looking at the now empty chair in your lawn, and the portal as it zips closed after the last of you stepped through.
Yeah. And I look back as it zips closed, have a bit of a brief exhale, like I knew it was gonna happen.
Okay, with the scene I just described, you are up on the same ridge that Rio was at before, with a valley sprawling out before you for miles, just covered in combatants just fighting on top of the bodies of the fallen, pouring over the lips from various different factions. I mean, any manner of nightmarish demon, and there's probably one out there somewhere.
I see Festus and I like zoom past everybody, run up and give him a hug.
When you go to give him a hug, he catches you, spins you in pirouettes, and leans you out like that, pulls you back in, says, "Oh, Chico, you finally made it."
Yay! I'm so happy to see you.
Me too, and just in time.
How can I help?
You're going to help me reclaim my throne.
Oh. But after you do that, you won't be in my sword anymore, though.
That's a different conversation. See, in order for me to leave here and do any type of anything, I have to reclaim the pieces of my body and then rebuild the throne itself and then sit in it. And then I can leave whenever I want.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
The benefits of being the boss.
Yeah.
So I made a stupid deal a long time ago and inadvertently missed a loophole and kicked myself out of my own house.
Okay.
Yeah. Shattered me into pieces, and people picked up shards and took over portions of my realm, but can't claim it all until they have all the pieces.
So Rio doesn't know, I guess. Do I know that I'm under contract with Bestus?
It's starting to feel really familiar the more he's talking about it, especially after you read the glyphs on the portal itself.
Yeah.
With the memories, you feel pretty certain that that's what's going on. You're bound in somewhere.
So I brought some friends that you know aren't gonna like this plan at all.
We're right here. You realize that?
Yeah, and you were talking about these friends, right? There's not more of them hidden somewhere.
Yes, there are.
Should have seen that coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. The more the merrier. As you can see, there's a lot of guys on the other team, and he points over at the valley and cringes. Like, yeah, it doesn't look too great. But it's okay. It's okay. Those schmucks don't know. So I took the biggest piece with me. The loophole that I was able to sneak in there. So none of them can overthrow me on their own. Downside is they seem to be working together and they might be able to pull that off. So since you brought your wonder friends here along, should be able to kick their butts, take back my pieces, and return to business as usual.
Sounds funny.
And he leans over and elbows you, Rio. It's just like old times, right? Oh, damn, you don't.
Old
He should have.
old times?
Yeah, we do this a lot. So, sort of. Not exactly, but.
Can I drop my disguise so I'm just a shade?
Yeah, I'm gonna take my amulet off too. Try to look like this.
Chico's been looking like herself the entire time.
Like large sized.
Yeah.
And
Was those voice you've been hearing in your head?
He is in between the two of you, staring at you like, yeah. it's me.
what exactly will you be doing, Bestus, while we are putting in all this
Come on,
legwork?
Come on.
Not interested at all. Feeling.
Rude. It sounds a lot like Aurora when he says that.
Did you catch that?
Try again, Dion.
We all did hear what Besta said, right?
Asshole.
We all heard what Besta said, right? He was speaking loud enough, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
And what will you be doing while we're putting in all this leg work, Bestas?
Leading.
Most of us don't take orders too well. Just saying.
You know what I mean? Like you're a team and you
Are
have
we?
a goal, and I organized you, so that means I'm the team leader. Nothing.
No.
No.
I interrupt and be like, this team isn't very much a team.
You see, the new guy gets us more than you do.
I just scratched my head.
You can see that is pretty bad, guys.
It's
Best
like,
says
it's like,
that he gestures to all of you and says, "This guy can't even remember what toilet paper is, but he knows that."
Says a lot about you, bestest.
And you honestly weren't paying too much attention.
I'm
Around
like,
here doesn't
for
really matter.
like for the small amount of time that I've known and been around them, they've nothing but arguing and splitting off. So I don't know.
See, that's what I can do. Couples therapy.
Oh no.
While this is all happening, I just want to like put my leg next to Aurora, like in front of her, so when she does start moving, she trips over my foot.
I see your leg.
Do you though?
I
I'll sneakily
do.
do it.
My passive perception is 140. I see your freaking leg in front of me.
Yeah, my stealth is 157. Jog on.
I use a little telekinesis to nudge Aurora forward. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Both do. It's like just push it.
Just kidding.
So I go over to Vestas and I show Vestas my doodles, my new book. I'm like, I started writing again. I show him this one.
He looks up
What?
at you and he seems genuinely flattered. And he leans over and kisses you on the forehead. And when he does, you feel the link return.
Yay. Yay.
Like you can kind of hear his subconscious again. You realize how quiet it was in your mind without him around being a smart ass. He actually makes a snide comment that only you can hear in your head about how you let this place go to shambles. He says, "There's liquor and bad ideas everywhere."
You all right? I'm fine.
And she's blushing hard. Your sword reignites and takes its usual position following you around.
Yes.
And sorry about that. It's a little too far away for the whole remote power thing. Everything should work fine.
Yay. Yay.
So what the plan actually does just go on a murdering spree?
Well, kind of.
It's a bunch of demons and we're good at that.
Well, there used to be strategy involved and all of that. As he gestures to the valley, carnage. He says, but the last few hundred years, it's just been, well, that. I don't think we should really overthink it. Just go down there and make a lot of attention. And when the other lords show themselves, we'll beat the piss out of them and reclaim my property.
Oh, I can get attention. Apparently, I'm really good at that. Whether I want it or not.
It looks over his shoulder towards Dion. Says, one of us is already drawing a little bit of attention.
This was such a bad idea. So how do we get out of here once the task is completed?
And Bessus claps his hands. Says, that's an easy one. As soon as I get my powers back, after the body's reassembled and reunite with it and get all my power and everything, I'll be the lord of these layers again. And I will have more than enough power to get you all home.
Inside check.
Okay.
On his ability to get us home.
Rio
Oh,
just
shit.
62.
Let me see, can we see it? Can we see it? No, no, not cooperative. Okay, oh, there's one of them.
Can't see what the number is.
That's a 1.
Oh,
And
Did
then,
you get two nat ones?
yep,
Oh,
there's the other one,
Yeah.
right there. The
Two nat
ones aren't
ones.
paying
I
attention.
see it now. I see it now.
yeah, I see it.
So yeah,
Bless you.
Bless you.
Hang in there. Hang in there.
I kind of heard a little.
I believe.
Was he telling the truth? And he have the ability to get all of us home?
You will never trust him,
Nope.
but he does seem to be being honest about that.
I mean, to be fair, Gildred guy could also get us all home in a moment's notice.
You maybe.
I mean, maybe.
Well, the abyss is very similar to the hells.
Right. It's another plane, correct?
Right. And for the lords, we kind of have how do I put this? Creative freedom. We get to decide what the laws are. Like, for example, if I want that volcano over there to erupt, then it does. Starts spewing hot magma all over demonic forces. More demons seem to be spawning out of the lava as it flies through the air. With the landscape as it is, it doesn't really stand out that much amidst the rest of the chaos and destruction. And so, souls that come in here don't really get to leave without certain contracts or items.
Rio after saying that, asks, am I under contract?
Of course you are. Why else did you think you were here?
And what exactly is this contract?
Oh, well, you see, there's a lot of fine print that I don't really remember. I wouldn't want to start spouting it off and then be misquoted and have you coming back with some kind of grievance. There's just be a whole thing. And I'd rather not start the paperwork. Just trust me. I have your best interests at heart, and we'll get you back to your family. All right, kid?
My family?
Yeah, you have one of those. Can we talk about this later? I mean, there's kind of pressing issues. My whole throne is at stake. Bad guys trying to steal it. Kind of time sensitive.
I can't even remember this supposed family that I have.
You do start having flashes. You remember your first sensation as you became aware that you were back again was the smell of salt water and sounds of children laughing and playing in the sun. You hear those sounds and smells, and you actually start to see hazy outlines of children playing. And you feel like they're either your children or your responsibility in some way. You immediately feel like a protective urge towards them.
So they kind of just like appear there.
But you have a memory of them. They don't just actually.
Oh, in memory. Gotcha.
Actually, yes, they do. You all see this.
Can I like walk towards them, like to like try to see if I can see any more detail or anything?
You start to step closer to them, and it seems as if that kind of goes with the memory because one of the children turns to run towards you with arms outstretched. But before you make contact, you lose the memory itself, and then you realize that everyone standing around you saw them as well. And Best is like, huh, well, that's new.
I just like fall to my knees, just questioning whether those are my children. that I have missed out on?
Best dispatch you on the shoulder and says, no, those weren't yours. Those were the last ones you were sent to protect. Yeah, I'll explain all of this later. I promise. In the meantime, you're kind of drawing a crowd. And I think maybe you left a little something out of your report from last time because I don't remember the light shows. So we'll have to talk about that too. Anyway, I'm being so rude. So how are we going to get my throne back?
I don't know. Where's the other piece at?
Well, over there, couple layers down, back that way, and over there. They're with the other demon lords. They'll be a bit problematic, but I think you're really gonna like one of them. It'll be
I highly doubt that.
No, really, it's a two birds with one stone type of thing. You're having issues in the swamp, right? One of the demons that is after a piece of my throne is also haunting lizard folk in that swamp. I couldn't make this stuff up, really. His name is Dromacar. You just ask around. People know him.
At this point, I just like to point out a game. It's now 7 o'clock for me.
Yeah.
So in game, you just see me grab Jico's pocket dimension, open it up a bit, and be like, "I'll see you in a bit." Jump in.
Okay, it is 2 o'clock in the morning for us as well. So with that, he continues to explain that there is a fallen angel named Algath who is obsessed with conquering, and the layer that he has seized, he constantly has the demons and the souls that are at his disposal, building, sieging, and destroying structures. Just the whole landscape of partially built or destroyed castles, some that are under siege, just different factions all at once. Another curious hunter named Mizgadir, whose realm is startlingly similar to the Feywild, but much darker. And then another one that Drew named Dolph Turath, who seems to have some sort of fetish with earth elementals. He says to leave the rest up to your imagination. But with that description, you do hear screeching echoing through the skies and see what appear to be flaming wyverns or something similar to them circling the air above you. A couple of them have drawn a bead and seem to be diving towards you. And we will leave off there.
Fine. Fine. All right, highlights.
One thing, as soon as the pocket dimension.
You're in my pocket dimension.
He sounds so sad.
I think he's very tired as well.
Yes, it's very, very late for all of us.
He looks
Well done,
very
little
tired.
man. Well done, little man.
Thanks for hanging with us there. I did have a great time. My highlight was the new guy who knows nothing, less than Jon Snow even, calling out the veteran players for their spot on teamwork.
Best teamwork he's ever seen. Also the only teamwork he's ever seen that he can remember.
Mine was Dion just sitting at the lawn going, I just cut that.
Yeah, I
Now
can
does
totally
this.
see you just sitting there with your sword across your lap, staring at that portal like it's the most disgusting thing you've ever seen in your life.
Mhm. Also, a personal highlight of me pissing off Aurora.
So you pissed off Ray, not Aurora.
I
mean, Aurora, dude.
Hey, you still got it done. We didn't get
Yeah, but
arrested.
it took a long time.
And I,
Your time, your
like I
trial
said,
patience is not my
I'm all for metagaming and everything, but this is how my character is played, and nothing will change.
Yes, you can.
Especially when she's drinking, not drinking, because she hasn't drunk since
You started tailing Jack.
before that, since meeting Judas. when he said, "Oh, that will weaken you down," and I did my last swig then.
Yep, that's true. You would be drawing out a bit, wouldn't you?
Mhm.
Explain a bit of that cranky attitude.
Yeah.
Well played. I had noticed.
Well, I did send you a message saying Talia is going a bit dry at the moment.
Yeah.
A couple of days ago now. I just didn't want to tell anyone else.
Rock and roll.
Yeah.
So we'll get to pick back up being assaulted by demons with you in a particularly grumpy mood.
And Ryu more confused than ever before.
Now, that may be a running theme for a while until they actually get to explaining some stuff.
Well, I was hoping for a moment to breathe some of my stuff, but
Well, I
apparently the
intended
portal said now.
on downtime so that the arm could be made, but you guys fast forwarded through that. throughout
Also
the
needed
meetings.
the arm to do anything.
Yeah.
I know I was thinking that the time needed to do anything would mean time for other stuff to sew up some plot lines.
I mean, we were in there for hours. We could have talked. Because
Okay,
for us, it was hours,
yeah.
like almost the whole
Aye.
day.
What about y'all? What are y'all highlights, ladies? Y'all didn't give no highlights. Honestly, I'm too tired to give highlights.
I spent too long waiting. I don't know. It's frustrating.
My favorite moments were bestest moments. Can I give highlights to the DM?
Yeah, great. It was a great job, dear.
It was very good.
It
I
really
got-
was.
I
very
got the-
happy
I got the
that
sense you had to sort of veer off or expected path a
Yes.
couple of times.
Yes, I prepared names and lightweight write-ups. You know, I don't really take notes, so just jot down a few stats and go with that for 3 different paths with a potential 4th, and you went with the 7th on the list.
Oh my.
So hang on,
My-
we
my-
outplayed you.
My
just then.
highlight was when I said Jigo and that little piece of a sword lit up, and there's like a pause
Mm.
as though I was supposed to mention it. I got the sense that I was supposed to do something else, right?
All I saw.
But that's not
all I
what
saw
Dion
He
would
was
do.
waiting for you to take the bait.
all I
That
saw
is
was
not
Bestest
what
get
Dion would do. I gotta know more. I think that's
Me,
the first time I've given myself a highlight, but that part right there, it brought me great joy not to say anything.
Me, I'm
Uh,
finally, hopefully glad that Jack has been ruined.
Mhm.
Kiko playing with action figures with me.
Oh yeah.
That
Then
was a
keep
good one.
knocking me out. I wasn't expecting that.
This is the most.
oh yeah, that's right. That is a highlight right there. Thanks for reminding me. Yes, the chokehold maneuver.
Y'all were too scared
That
to
was really good. That was
Oh,
really good.
The knockout
I
chokehold,
will-
yeah.
Yeah,
wouldn't have
yeah,
been
yeah.
scared.
That's a good one.
I would have done it if I was there.
Meeting old friends has got her in an extremely carefree mood.
Oh,
She hasn't been allowed to be young for a long time, and she still is pretty young. So
I got a dust.
Aurora is an enabler. She's an enabler.
What did I do?
You made her another hand. You're an enabler. She's just gonna go around touching stuff, and you just make her new body parts.
what kind of paladin are you? You're misconstruing healing a cripple for enabling.
Hey, hey. There, you know, the best lessons sometimes are learned the hard way.
She didn't learn anything, even after I cut her arm off.
All right. I will not require any expenditure of fate points. I feel like everything went just fine tonight.
Okay.
Sorry that we didn't get you all the way into the abyss as you requested.
Hey, that was close enough. I got to see Vestus. I got to give him a hug. I got to tell him I love him. Whether he heard all that, I don't know.
Everybody heard all that.
Yeah.
Everyone heard it and decided to ignore it.
Yes.
No, it was not ignored. It was just not mentioned.
Well, there's so many other things to be addressed as far as sensibilities right now. Everybody just went to the abyss. Like physically, the air is thick and smoggy and stinks of sulfur. You constantly hear the sounds of battle and screaming and
And y'all was gonna go in here by yourselves and just defeat demon lords? Really?
I had
That's what I was expecting
planned.
to come out of your mouth just there, Chico.
No,
I had
they
planned
did
to
have
No,
push
other
you
everyone as
weren't.
soon
plans.
as they
Gonna
got near
come
the
in
rift.
here and beat a bunch of demon lords by yourself. You was gonna come in here, y'all was gonna die.
I had expected Jico to go gung ho and just try to plunge in by herself. There's a technicality involved that you guys didn't really touch on too much, but there was a contingency to prevent her from running in by herself through traditional means. But as an Oni, she could theoretically get to the abyss and then try to find a way to hop from one layer to the next until she found us. But there are theoretically infinite layers of the abyss, so that could take a while.
Mhm.
But anyway, I'm glad y'all came with me. Thank you.
Yeah,
I'm glad getting Persona out didn't require us to actually break her out of jail.
yeah.
Yes.
I'm in the abyss. I'm a big ball of light.
I may have overpaid for
We'll
Persona, but I
we'll
think it
just
was
send
worth it.
Dion in front, blind.
Yeah, I just walk out onto the battlefield. That's all you gotta do is I walk out there.
Just blind them all. They don't know
Tell him
what's
what
coming.
your most amazing feat is, Dion.
Oh yeah, asshole. Yeah.
Yes.
I activate asshole and it's on. I get everybody's attention.
Mhm.
I think it's like 8. The nearest 8, 6 or 8.
It gives him mechanics to force aggro from enemies. Like, no, you want to hit me.
Yeah, that was actually pretty fun when I found that one.
All right. So for my
And he
stream,
basically does a Will Smith, eat me. Eat me, you motherfucker.
so
I
my
think-
stream has been going for over 5 hours now. I'm gonna go eat something, then I'll come back and play some games. Everybody say goodbye.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys for inviting me, letting me play with you guys.
Oh, we enjoyed having you.
See you next week.
Next
Yeah,
week
we will
is
see you
gonna
next week
Definitely
in a
will be
different
here.
campaign.
next
I'm
week-
going
Campaign,
to
different
bed.
character.
I'm about to gather my child. I'm gonna put her in bed, and I'm going to bed.
She
Good
falling
Y'all
asleep.
have
Everyone should
y'all
go to
have a
bed.
good night. No, she's not. That's what's
Oh.
strange.
Oh.
She's not falling asleep. Good night, y'all.
Good night.
Good night.
All right, good night,
And
everyone.
good morning, everyone.
Good morning.